Could it be that when we enter the life forest, if this guy discovers us, we will all be robbed clean? Chen Xiang's face revealed a trace of anger. No wonder Dongfang Xinyue was so ruthless. Could it be that when we enter the life forest, if this guy discovers us, we will all be robbed clean? Chen Xiang's face revealed a trace of anger. No wonder Dongfang Xinyue was so ruthless. I don't know. In short, that was what he said, and even now, others still think that I have offended Ho Clan, but they don't know that it was the young master of Ho Clan who made the mistake. I think that there must be a lot of people who had been robbed by that guy, that's why Ho Clan hid the reason. Dongfang Xinyue said. Long Shui laughed. How about we spread the news that the Ho Clan loves face? Although it doesn't have much of an impact on the Ho Clan, it can make their image worse. I want to do the same, but it's a bit difficult to control, and it's not easy to spread it, especially to D.A.M. Ned places like the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm. Dongfang Xinyue laughed tenderly. Oh right, how many holy stone did you spend on me? If you had appeared a little earlier, I could have spent less, and called over 50,000 kilograms of holy stone each day. I had previously called for 10 more days of holy stone. Chen Xiang pinched her pill and asked, When did you hear this news? Why did you come nearly 10 days ago? I was in another city all along and I only found out 2 or 3 days ago. At that time, I also didn't have any holy stone on me, so the transportation fee here was very expensive. That's why I'm here now. Dongfang Xinyue laughed. You must have a lot of holy stone, can you help me buy some things? Chen Xiang had a lot of holy stone and he didn't know how to spend them yet. I have a lot of holy stone, over 1 billion, but I don't know how to spend them. Chen Xiang said, What do you want to buy? There are a lot of materials related to refining here in Sacred Water, Heavenly Realm. I want to buy a lot of them. Dongfang Xinyue took out a golden stone, handed it over to Chen Xiang and said, This is called Saint Golden Stone, it is extremely sturdy, and is a good thing in refining saint artifacts. Chen Xiang took it and wanted to crush it, but he used a lot of strength to just squeeze it until it deformed, making it more flexible. There are a lot of holy golden stones like this here. At the very least, Tian wouldn't find them so easily, but they're very expensive. 1 caddy of these holy golden stone requires one to pay 10,000 jin of holy stone, and 100 kilograms would require 1 million jin of holy stone. Chen Xiang said, I remember that I gave you guys a lot of holy beast bones, can't I use those to make saint weapons? Of course you can, it's just that those bones aren't as good as these stones. If you have a lot of holy golden stones, they can be smelted into divine golden stones. Dongfang Xinyue said, To refine a Suzaku bow, although having the vermilion bird bone is enough, adding some other materials would make the divine weapon even more powerful. In other words, if I want to refine a divine golden stone, wouldn't that require a lot of holy golden stones? Long Shui asked, Does the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm really have that many saint golden stones? Long Shui also knew that the holy golden stone was a good tool to refine holy weapons. This was the first time she had heard of it. Although there aren't many refiners in the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm, there are a lot of guys here who know about the value of Saint Golden Stones, so their prices have always been very high. However, I think their prices should be much lower than those in the other heavenly regions, because there are merchants that are buying them. Roughly 5,000 kilograms of Saint Gold Stone can be refined into 1 kilogram. The process is a bit complicated, but I can do it. Previously, Chen Xiang thought that he had a lot of holy stone, but after hearing that Dongfang Xinyue wanted to refine the divine golden stone, he suddenly felt that his 1 billion holy stone was nothing. 1,000 kilograms of holy golden stone would require 100 million holy stone to get a single kilogram of God's golden stone. His 1 billion spar could only get a few dozen kilograms of God's golden stone. It can be used to refine divine artifacts, and it also requires a very high level of refinement. Fortunately, that divine book has records on it, and Xian Xian and the others know it. When the time comes, we can refine it faster and better. Dongfang Xinhua stuck out his tongue. Forging a divine weapon would at least take 30 to 50 kilograms, and that's billions of holy stone. That's right, the holy stone are the problem. I wonder how many of these sacred water heavenly realms holy stone have been mined over the years. Chen Xiang wondered if he could quickly obtain a large number of holy stone if he were to sell the pills here. Dongfang Xinhua said, "Most of the holy stone here are in the hands of some large powers, and the elixirs here are scarce. Most of them require those from the outside. If you have a large number of high-level immortal pills, and the price is a little lower, you should be able to obtain the holy stone that the big powers have been storing for many years." Chen Xiang nodded his head and started to have a plan. He was planning to obtain more holy golden stone before leaving. Yes. Long Shui suddenly frowned. What a strange feeling. What's wrong? Chen Xiang suddenly became vigilant. He was the one who had been offered a bounty of 2 divine deity by the Hel Devil Emperor, and even though he had left the sacred domain where the Holy Emperor was gathered, it did not mean that he was absolutely safe here. Hurry up and enter. Long Shui's expression became extremely serious. In that instant just now, all the SPAC in this area was sealed off. Long Shui anxiously pulled Dongfang Xinhua into the ring. There was only Chen Xiang left. It would be more convenient for him to escape. Chen Xiang immediately tried to travel through SPAC, but he found that it was extremely hard. Even when he used a very strong force of SPAC, he was unable to create a single crack. As expected, this bunch of guys have found a way to deal with you. Let's see how they deal with you based on the situation. Long Shui said. They first approached this place while concealing their presence, before setting up this spatial sealing restriction. Chen Xiang was just a little shocked, but he was still very calm. He anxiously walked out of the floating life in and towards the water-flowing tower, but when he saw that there were a lot of people standing at the entrance of the tower and some of them were complaining non-stop, he knew that the power of the spatial seal had invalidated the transmission array. This kind of sudden blockade definitely did not have the floating city's permission. The people who sealed the SPAC around them were all Saint Realm experts, so they naturally did not fear the floating city. Those who were able to use transmission array were usually those who were stronger. Now that they saw the SPAC suddenly being strengthened by an invisible force, they couldn't help but be startled, because the person who attacked them was definitely very strong. Many people suspected that it was the City Lord who did it. In all of the sacred water heavenly realm, only the City Lord would dare to do it. However, the floating City Lord's voice suddenly sounded. "Everyone, what does this mean? I don't think I've ever offended you before. Just to capture the person. If there is any loss, we will compensate you." The answer was like a clap of thunder. It resounded from the horizon and carried with it an extremely powerful aura. One could tell from the voice that it was from an extremely powerful expert. Chen Xiang thought, this is the Thunder Emperor. Other than him, I wonder how many more people will come. This is my territory. If you had told me in advance, we might have discussed. But you guys were so sudden, you didn't even put me in your eyes. Floating City Lord was one of the 3 water overlords, so he was definitely not weak. He was not in a good mood because someone had casually barged into his territory and even laid such a powerful barrier around him. This is my territory. If you had told me in advance, we might have discussed. But you guys were so sudden, you didn't even put me in your eyes. Floating City Lord was one of the 3 water overlords, so he was definitely not weak. He was not in a good mood because someone had casually barged into his territory and even laid such a powerful barrier around him. He knew that the other party was from Thunder Emperor, but that did not mean that he was afraid of the floating city. Dongfang Xinyue had already found out about Chen Xiang being wanted by the Devil Emperor from Long Shui and the others in the Serenity Ring, so she was very surprised about it. After coming into contact with the Vermilion Bird, Dongfang Xinyue had a good understanding of many rankers and knew that the Devil Emperor was able to use 2 divine deity to place a bounty on Chen Xiang, which was enough to make many Sky Region emperors take action. Lu Fuxing, you are deliberately making life difficult for me, aren't you? Thunder Emperor's voice carried a trace of anger, because he had already felt the barrier they had set up start to shake, and a power was currently destroying his barrier. Lei Hongyuan, you should be the one who can't go against me. Floating City is my territory, how can you just casually block it off? Lu Fuxing roared, break for me! After he roared, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the ocean around Floating City surged over. All the people in the city could see the overwhelming amount of seawater pouncing towards them, but the Floating City had a natural barrier. If the seawater did not fall, it would be blown away by a transparent light barrier. At the same time, the powerful restrictive SPAC that sealed it was also shattered. I really didn't expect that. Looks like I have to thank this Lu Fuxing when I have the chance in the future. Chen Xiang sensed that the seal had broken, and immediately channeled his spatial energy, leaving Floating City, arriving at a place very far away from Floating City. After knowing that Chen Xiang had left, the Thunder Emperor was furious. Lu Fuxing, do you know who you're going against? Lu Fuxing laughed coldly. Of course I know it's better to go against the Devil Emperor than to be his dog. After Chen Xiang left the Floating City, he guessed that a huge battle might happen there. That Thunder Emperor did not have a good temper, and Lu Fuxing seemed to have a grudge with him. The Vermilion Bird ancestor said that the Lu Fuxing in the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm is a good person. He has an upright and righteous personality, and is one of the few heroes of the primordial era. Dongfang Xinyue heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the Life Forest now. With the Vermilion Bird ancestor there, you should be safe. Chen Xiang and Long Shui had wanted to go see the Vermilion Bird from the start. This was for the best. Warm Moon, how is the Vermilion Bird's current strength? If she were to regain her previous peak strength after her rebirth, she would probably go to Dtian. After all, that is her route. Long Shui asked. She said that she has completely recovered and is in the process of condensing her divine deity. She might have to wait until she possesses the divine deity before she can return. Dongfang Xinyue said, she told me before that her final goal was the Gods realm. The Azure Dragon and Black Turtle from that year both went to the Gods realm. Only she and the White Tiger fell and were reborn. They fell behind those 2 fellows by a huge margin. Long Shui laughed. This means that they are somewhat fated to be together, and might go to Gods realm together in the future. Dongfang Xinyue asked with some curiosity, Shui, what kind of ident? 1. Tai do you have exactly? Long Shui coughed dryly, cleared his throat and said, I am the Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord, and the strongest one among all of 9 emperors and 5 venerables. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have any ambitions, there definitely wouldn't be anything wrong with that 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Is this true? Dongfang Xinyue was in disbelief. Of course it's true. You don't believe me when I ask this little scoundrel. Long Shui curled his lips. For this little scoundrel to have such strength right now, I definitely have contributed greatly. Chen Xiang laughed. I didn't believe it before, but I did. Shi and Kong Bailing knew that Long Shui was the same dragon, but they never thought that he was the Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord from the legends of the primordial era. The Vermilion Bird ancestor said that back then, you were one of the very few people who could condense divine deity. After you lent your divine deity to Chi S. You were ambushed by other powerful dragons, and you died from then on. Dongfang Xinhua said. Back then, the dragon that plotted against me was inside the Heavenly Dragon Realm, and it is the new Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord. They are also dogs of the Hel Devil Emperor, so they should come here to catch the little scoundrel. Long Xue's face was full of anger. That group of shameless bastards, after dividing up the Ice Dragon's supreme dragon blood, they actually ran off to be other people's lackeys after obtaining such great power. I spit on them. Then can you still condense divine deity? At this time, Dongfang Xinhua had even more respect for Long Xue. Although Long Xue looked like a naughty girl who had not grown up, it gave her a very good impression. Of course you can. It's only a matter of time. Long Xue said, when I see this great lion, I will definitely let him compensate me with divine deity. The 10 Heavens Supreme Lord has been resurrected. Dongfang Xinhua was shocked again. Of course he revived. It was this little scoundrel who resurrected him. He no longer has the power he used to have, but according to his temperament, he will definitely become COCKY everywhere. Long Xue said. And Jiang Sheng were walking amidst a pile of ruins within the sacred water Heavenly Realm's floating city. An extremely intense but short battle had just occurred here. We came too late and missed a good show. Jiang Sheng looked at the mess in front of him and sighed. It's all your fault. You even made a mistake with your transmission array and sent us to such a damned place as the Endless Sand region. Complained, that little bastard Chen Xiang, he escaped so fast it's hard to find him. Jiang Xing curled his lips. You still dare to go look for him? Don't you know that he has a little gluttonous dragon by his side? When the time comes, he'll definitely bore you to death. What's there to be afraid of? We've all been resurrected. When the time comes, let's see who's stronger. Disapproved. Hurry and take out all of your methods, find Chen Xiang as soon as possible, and then kill a demon general of Hel along the way. Oh right, call my master over as well. Chen Xiang's current situation is extremely bad. If this goes on, he might be taken away by others to exchange for divine deity. The group of experts that had been chasing and killing Chen Xiang in the sacred region had already arrived in sacred water Heavenly Realm, and Hi Plus and Jiang Xing had also followed closely behind. Now that they called the white tiger over and the vermilion bird was hidden here, it would definitely be very lively. Chen Xiang had previously drawn up a map for the Life Forest, and with Dongfang Xinhua's guidance, his journey to the Life Forest would be much faster and much smoother. Chen Xiang had previously drawn up a map for the Life Forest, and with Dongfang Xinhua's guidance, his journey to the Life Forest would be much faster and much smoother. Although the Hel Devil Emperor could control the change in Chen Xiang's position and inform the sacred masters in time, those people couldn't instantly reach Chen Xiang's side. Therefore, even if they had a profound concealment method, they wouldn't be able to catch Chen Xiang that easily. As long as Chen Xiang did not stay in one place for too long and continued to travel through SPAC, it would not be so easy to be caught. Right now, he had to go to the Life Forest to search for the vermilion bird. Chen Xiang arrived at a city on the surface of the water. There were no transmission arrays here, so the group of Thunder Emperors wouldn't have arrived here so quickly. Warm Moon, I heard that the inside of the Life Forest is an extremely dangerous place. How did you find the vermilion bird? Chen Xiang entered this small city. As he walked, he rested and traveled through SPAC many times. He was also quite tired. It was indeed very dangerous inside, and I met danger quite a few times. Luckily, Ancestor Vermilion Bird just happened to be out for a walk, so I was able to see her. Otherwise, I would have given up even then. Dongfang Xinhua said. The vermilion bird ancestor said that the life forest is more mysterious and she has never gone in to see it herself. The various elemental energies in the 9 heaven world come from these endless heaven realms, and the energy in these endless heaven realms come from other places as well. As the source of life energy, the inside of the life forest is not simple. Chen Xiang said. I had thought that the Ho clan controlled the entire life forest. I didn't expect that it was just outside the life forest. With their strength, not to mention the inside of the life forest, even the more external purple leaf forests would not dare to casually sneak in. Dongfang Xinhua snorted. When I crippled whatever young master of the Ho clan, a few hierarchs came to chase me down. After I entered the purple leaf forest, they no longer dared to continue chasing me. Purple Leaf Forest, how powerful is this place? Chen Xiang was extremely curious. There were many secrets inside Life Forest. He wanted to investigate them thoroughly. The plants and trees in that area are all purple in color, so they're called Purple Leaf Forests. The things in this area are all very strange, like bird, beasts, or insect. Most of them are purple. The more powerful parts of Purple Leaf Forest should be the sacred beasts inside. Saint Beast. A human with the strength of a Saint Realm expert. Isn't it easy to deal with Saint Beasts? Chen Xiang had met many holy beasts. Although their strengths were not bad, they were all weak in the face of a holy human. The main reason is that there are a lot of Saint Beasts inside, and they are very small in size, making them easy to attack in group. The scariest part about these purple saint beasts is their strange purple saint force, which can easily break through the defense of others and then launch fatal attack. The saint masters should be afraid of this. Dongfang Xinhua explained. Warm Moon, are you not afraid of that place? How dare you barge in? Long Shui asked. Of course I'm not afraid. I have the bloodline of the vermilion bird in me, and the aura I emit would cause the saint beasts inside to mistake me for the vermilion bird ancestor. The vermilion bird ancestor is also quite formidable. Dongfang Xinhua said. Purple Leaf Forest is just the outermost barrier of Life Forest, and the second barrier is Cold Wind Forest. That kind of wind is extremely cold, and the majority of the holy beasts that live here understand profound Han poison, so I don't dare to enter here by myself. This life forest was not as simple as Chen Xiang had imagined, just the 2 protective barriers outside were already so terrifying. Then where is the vermilion bird located in the life forest? Long Shui asked. The next barrier in the cold wind forest is called the divine fire forest. The trees inside are all special and can continuously burn all year round, releasing very strong flames. Only the stronger holy beasts in the cold wind forest can walk in this area, and even the purple leaf forest's holy beasts don't dare to enter as they please. The flames in that place are extremely terrifying. As Dongfang Xinhua spoke of the flames there, his voice revealed a trace of fear. Fortunately, the vermilion bird ancestor brought me in. If I had entered by myself, I would have been burnt to ashes. Chen Xiang was not afraid of fire, he was filled with antic. 1p Asian. What about the areas after Divine Fire Forest? Chen Xiang asked. To him, Purple Leaf Forest, Cold Wind Forest and Divine Fire Forest didn't have any challenges. Dongfang Xinhua shook her head. I am not too sure. I asked the vermilion bird ancestor, and she only said that it was in the dark forest. I asked if she had been there before, and she did not answer me directly. Long Shui laughed. The vermilion bird is a very spicy guy, even she wouldn't dare to enter such a place, it must be very powerful. After Chen Xiang rested for a while in the small city, he stood up and headed towards Life Forest. Not long after he left, Thunder Emperor and the rest arrived. The H.E.L. Devil envoy that followed Thunder Emperor to this place had also just received news from him. Chen Xiang has already left this place. It looks like he is going to the Life Forest. The H.E.L. Devil envoy said. Life Forest. The person who asked was the new evil emperor from Heavenly Evil Realm. His face was full of seriousness. I heard that place is very strange. If Chen Xiang escaped inside, it would be very troublesome. The H.E.L. Devil Envoy nodded his head. The great emperor said earlier, he will teleport some demon generals from H.E.L. to stop Chen Xiang for a period of time. We need to catch Chen Xiang before he enters the life forest, otherwise we will be in big trouble. Jiang Xing and Qi S. Hi Plus also came to the city. Thunder Emperor and the others had also just left. We know where this place is. If that brat really runs away, then we old bones would almost be crushed by him. Jiang Xing sighed. Let's just wait here for Master to come over for now. He might have a way to catch up to the little ghost. These past few days, Qi S. Hi Plus had been chasing after him and felt very helpless. Originally, they were somewhat worried that Chen Xiang would be caught, but now their worries were unnecessary. Qi S. Hi Plus and Jiang Xing were in an empty pool, waiting for the white tiger. The water has turned black. Jiang Xing suddenly shouted in alarm. Just as he and Qi S. Hi Plus were about to dodge, the black pool of water suddenly spewed out a ball of black qi, which then quickly condensed into a person. Master! Qi S. Hi Plus anxiously shouted. Big flowery cat, you don't have any killing qi. Oh, D-Heart, you're still that strong. Jiang Xing was extremely shocked when he saw the hand the white tiger had shown him. This is all thanks to Chen Xiang. The white tiger laughed. The fact that he could obtain the darkness rule spiritual bead and control the power of the darkness laws had caused his current strength to be even stronger than before. Do you know where Chen Xiang is now? The white tiger asked. Do you know where Chen Xiang is now? The white tiger asked. Jiang Xing took out a long stone board and injected some energy into it. The stone board suddenly floated up. This is the location of AHEL. Devil Envoy. They are currently heading in this direction. Jiang Xing then took out a map of the sacred water heavenly realm and compared it with the others. This direction is towards the life forest. When the white tiger heard life forest, its expression suddenly changed. Master, what's wrong? Are you afraid of something else? When Qi S. Hi Plus saw the white tiger's expression, he knew that it was worrying about something. The vermilion bird should be in there. The white tiger said, if she was reborn, only the life god fire in the life forest would be able to help her recover to her peak strength. When she was born in the 9 heaven world, it was all because of the life god fire. Qi S. Hi Plus and the sword blade were very clear about the conflict between the white tiger and the vermilion bird. They knew that the vermilion bird was very dilapidated. If the vermilion bird resurrected inside and possessed the power of the past, the white tiger would very likely be in trouble. Could it be that that brat knew that the vermilion bird was inside, so he purposely went there? Jiang Xing said. The white tiger shook its head and sighed. If this kid really went to find the vermilion bird for protection, then he was completely wrong. With the white tiger divine weapon on him, if the vermilion bird saw him, it would definitely eat the consequences. The vermilion bird hated the white tiger to no end, and the white tiger himself was well aware of this. Master, I heard that this life forest is very scary, is it true? Back then, when he had traveled a bit through the heavenly regions with Jiang Xing, he had also heard a bit about this life forest. It's true, there is a dark area there. It is said that no one knows what is inside. I have never been there. Maybe the vermilion bird has been there before, a long time ago. I have been outside the life forest. I only went to a forest of fire. It was hard to advance further. Because there is a layer of darkness in front of me, it is hard to penetrate. The white tiger recalled the past and said with a solemn face, if Chen Xiang has nowhere else to go, maybe he will barge in. With his abilities, it won't be difficult for him to get in, but it won't be easy for him to get out. Then let's hurry up. It's best if we find him quickly, Jiang Xing said. Chen Xiang, who was heading towards the life forest, felt a bit of excitement in his heart. He really wanted to explore the life forest, especially the dark area that even the vermilion bird was unwilling to talk about. What he did not know was that at this time, there were many people who did not want him to enter the life forest, let alone the dark area that caused people to talk about changes in their expressions. Chen Xiang used his spatial energy and quickly arrived at the life forest. This life forest was located at the bottom of the ocean. It was very vast, occupying a large area, and what was miraculous was that the area covered by the life forest was completely blocked by a natural barrier that blocked the seawater from seeping into the forest. Furthermore, the natural barrier could even project sunlight from the water into the forest. When he dived into the sea, Chen Xiang could only see the luxuriant trees outside, but some of the trees inside were all blocked by the mystical power released by the natural barrier. The area outside is not small. It's very vast, Chen Xiang exclaimed. This is Ho clan's territory. I met the young master of the Ho clan in the forest outside last time, Dongfang Xinyue said. Chen Xiang entered the natural barrier and arrived inside a forest. Taking a deep breath of the fragrant forest, he couldn't help but exclaim. He raised his head and did not see the natural barrier. What he saw was the blue sky ning down from the water surface. While he was admiring the beautiful scenery, he suddenly saw a mass of black gas rust ing over from the sky. Is he on the surface of the water or did he really appear in the forest? Chen Xiang immediately released his divine power to sense, but he did not sense any sort of evil qi. No, it directly appeared here. This aura has been dealt with, and it came from the infernal realm. Long Shui suddenly exclaimed, It's Hel devil troop. What? Chen Xiang looked at the mass of black qi that had suddenly become very large, and immediately activated his spatial energy, preparing to leave. However, he discovered that the surrounding SPAC was actually sealed up. The Hel devil troop is made up of 10 Hel demons leading 1,000,000 Hel demons, demon soldiers and demon generals. All kinds of demons have come, and this can be said to be an army that the Hel devil emperor has meticulously cultivated. Long Shui had already appeared by Chen Xiang's side, and his expression was extremely heavy. Hel devil emperor wants to stop you from entering the life forest, so he has paid a very painful price when he dispatched this army. The sky above life forest was covered by a large amount of black qi. What was terrifying was that the black qi suddenly turned red, just like blood. It gave off a truly bewitching and evil light, enveloping a large part of the forest. You can't run anymore? Chen Xiang looked at the trees around him. All of them were blood red. The SPAC enveloped by the blood light had already been sealed. Back then, he did not have this scale when dealing with the 10 days of the Great Yanjing. You must know, he was only using this army to delay you, and let the people from the Thunder Emperor behind catch up to you, and then take you down. Long Shui said with a cold expression, There's only one big battle now. Red light shrouded the area and the sky was covered with dense blood clouds. The rolling blood clouds suddenly moved away, and a large group of dense black creatures covered the sky like countless locusts. However, these things that were flying over were all demon soldiers and demon generals from Humph-ha. The millions of demon soldiers released waves that shook the sky and earth, causing the water surface to ripple. Their evil auras spread to almost every corner of the sacred water heavenly realm and filled with the desire to kill, causing the entire sacred water heavenly realm to look like a battlefield. The rhythmic cheers rang out unceasingly, filling the heaven and earth, and causing everyone to feel fear and trepidation. This Chi-S, Hi plus and the rest suddenly stopped. When Chi-S, Hi plus recalled his memories back then, many scenes of him fighting and killing H.E.L. Devil Troop appeared in front of his eyes. Back then, he was defeated by this H.E.L. Devil Troop, but of course those times were mainly because of his Iron Lion army being cursed. It's the H.E.L. Devil Troop, the 10 kings, the 100 generals, and the million-strong army of H.E.L. That's being commanded. This kind of scene was something Chi-S. Hi plus would never forget for the rest of his life. Jiang Xing let out a long sigh. H.E.L. Devil Emperor has already learned to be obedient. He knows that if he doesn't kill Chen Xiang now, there will be endless troubles in the future. When the people of Thunder Emperor heard the shouts, they stopped, and the H.E.L. Devil Envoy who was following them started laughing loudly. It's the H.E.L. Devil Troop. The great Emperor's H.E.L. Devil Troop is invincible in this world, invincible and invincible. The H.E.L. Devil Envoy said proudly. Of course they knew that this was the H.E.L. Devil Troop. Back in the days, this army was the one who killed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's business, so they felt that there was nothing to be proud about, because now the H.E.L. Devil Emperor was actually using this army to deal with a single person. At that time, 10 Heavens Supreme Lord took control of the 9 Heaven World. He had numerous experts under his command, and he also had a few Emperor-level friends. He was worthy enough to be attacked by H.E.L. Devil Troop, but now, Chen Xiang alone received such treatment. Long Shui saw that Chen Xiang was still secretly trying to use the power of SBAC inside. It's useless, there are 10 HELL Demon Kings in the HELL Devil Troop. These HELL Demon Kings' strengths are all as strong as the Thunder Emperor, and those HELL Demon Generals are only a little weaker. Long Shui saw that Chen Xiang was still secretly trying to use the power of SPAC inside. It's useless, there are 10 HELL Demon Kings in the HELL Devil Troop. These HELL Demon King's strengths are all as strong as the Thunder Emperor, and those HELL Demon Generals are only a little weaker. Chen Xiang knew that the HELL Devil Troop was extremely terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be of such a scale. No wonder great Yan Jing was defeated that year. The army of HELL Devil Emperor is indeed very strong. Chen Xiang exclaimed. Even if I had the inheritance of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, I'm afraid it would still be difficult to deal with them. Long Shui said in a serious tone, we do not need to completely suppress them, we just need to clear a path. Although there are 10 HELL demons, they will not act together, and this red barrier is created by them working together. In order to prevent you from escaping, we just need to take down one HELL Demon King, open a path, leave this barrier, and enter the depths of Life Forest. HELL Devil Emperor definitely knows that you and I are together, but he definitely did not expect that your power and mine could be merged. Like a sandstorm, they swept in from all directions. These demons were commanded by 100 HELL devils, causing the devils in HELL to not be very strong, but the number was extremely large. Just the visual impact alone was enough to give people a very oppressive feeling. As long as we quickly open up a path, we will be safe inside the Life Forest. If we delay it, and give the 10 Demon Kings time to deal with you, that will be troublesome. That was what happened to Chi-S. Hi plus back then. Long Shui suddenly turned into a ball of white light and entered the ring, while his soul entered Chen Xiang's divine sense. Long Shui's soul was inside Chen Xiang's divine sense, and the Dragon God's power that was channeled into her was compatible with Chen Xiang's divine power. Chen Xiang was startled by the sudden surge of energy, the muscles on his body tensed up, he bellowed, and a green light shone from his body as the green dragon demon-slain broadsword appeared. The divine blade appeared, releasing a divine light that resembled dragons. Following the divine power that Chen Xiang had poured in an instant, the divine blade released a furious dragon's roar, suppressing the millions of demons' chi and roars. The green dragon demon-slain broadsword was trembling, the green light coming out from the swords and sabers turned into a huge green dragon. It roared again and spewed out green lightning as it charged forward as fast as lightning, striking towards the countless sinister demons. This was only the aura of the divine blade, but it could transform into a dragon and attack the evil spirits. The green dragon formed from the blade aura crashed into the countless demons that swarmed over like a tidal wave, exploding out with a blinding green lightning. The lightning was like a net that covered the sky, enveloping everything, causing countless demons to immediately howl out in rage. The green lightning net descended, covering a large group of demons, which howled a few times before turning into a cloud of black ash. In the blink of an eye, the large group of demons in front of Chen Xiang turned into black smoke and filled the entire Hel-ish battlefield. "There are 5 infernal generals up ahead." Long Shui reminded them, "Be careful, these demon generals are not here to throw their lives away. They are all trained people who are subordinates of the Hel Devil Emperor and are highly valued." Chen Xiang held his blade and dodged a ray of terrifying red light that was flying towards him from afar. At the same time, he arrived beside a mountain-like demon and slashed with his blade. Borrowing the power of the endless divine power, he unleashed a golden blade light that instantly turned the mountain giant demon into a broken piece. Following that, a huge seal appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire sky. Chen Xiang moved to the top of the print in a flash, stepped onto it and imbued his devil-suppressing magic power, causing the holy devil-suppressing seal to glow like fire, illuminating all the directions. The demons that were hit by the light instantly vaporized. And right below the holy devil-suppressing seal, there was a powerful demon general of Hel. This demon general of Hel was hidden inside that mountain giant demon's body just now. You don't even have the chance to go to Hel destroy. Chen Xiang let out a long roar as the holy devil-suppressing seal suddenly pressed down and released an earth-shattering rumbling sound. Holy light flashed, causing the originally blood-red barrier to become extremely scorching, and a large portion of the blood-red fog that emitted abloody light to be cleansed in an instant. Roar! The demon generals that were pressed under the holy seal roared and then disappeared forever. The all-out Chen Xiang, combined with Long Xue's Dragon God power, was currently the bane of demons. He had unleashed the holy devil-suppressing seal and green dragon demon-slain broadsword to the fullest. More than 10 infernal generals have surrounded us. We can't let them hit us. Long Xue said, "Even though their defense is very weak, their attack power is not weak." The black chi looked like sinister claws, as it flew through the divine light released by the holy devil-suppressing seal with an extremely fast speed and rushed towards Chen Xiang from all directions, bringing with it sets of evil chi. It was extremely overbearing and terrifying. More than 10 attacks from Hel demon generals arrived in an instant. Had no way of dodging them, but at this time, a golden light suddenly shone out from Chen Xiang's body. It was actually a set of bright golden armor. On the indestructible profound wood diamond armor, there were layers of protection from the devil-suppressing magic power, and when those claws of Hel struck the holy armor, they instantly disappeared without harming Chen Xiang at all. "Chen Xiang, you won't be able to escape." "Ahoa!" voice came from afar. It should be the Infernal King's voice. The gigantic holy seal beneath Qin Xiang's feet suddenly disappeared, and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword in his hand also disappeared. He floated in the air, and the surrounding demons kept on attacking him from below like a huge wave. They were all condensed from energy and continued to attack Qin Xiang's demon suppression barrier. All of the infernal generals have arrived. Long Shui anxiously said. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. Qin Xiang suddenly closed his eyes. Although he kept the holy devil-suppressing seal S, it did not mean that he had to give up. We made it, wasn't that the profound wood diamond armor? It was actually with Qin Xiang that B-A-S-T-A-R-D, an old man said in jealousy. Thunder Emperor and the rest were already outside the life forest, but they were currently outside the barrier that was enveloped in red light, unable to enter. From the distance, they could see Qin Xiang floating in the air, dressed in golden armor and radiating holy light. Why can't I go in? This is a great opportunity. Thunder Emperor asked anxiously. The 10 great demon kings are currently stabilizing the barrier. They can't enter or leave. Once they stabilize the barrier, they can control it at any time. When that happens, we'll be able to enter. Ahrel. El Devil Envoy replied. What is Qin Xiang doing? Does he not plan to fight back? The Dragon Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Realm frowned. Could it be that he has an even more powerful move? The current Qin Xiang did not look like he was going to fight, but the energy that was Gus.H.I. plusing out from his body was extremely powerful, and those demon generals were unable to approach him. The current Qin Xiang did not look like he was going to fight, but the energy that was Gus.H.I. plusing out from his body was extremely powerful, and those demon generals were unable to approach him. When Thunder Emperor, Dragon Emperor and the rest arrived, by Hu Qi Hi plus and Jiang Xing followed closely behind. It's all of you. Thunder Emperor saw Qi Hi plus Rus. Hi plusing over. He was not a white tiger, but he recognized Qi Hi plus and Jiang Xing as two familiar faces. On the other hand, Dragon Emperor was staring at the white tiger. He remembered the aura on the white tiger. He never thought that after the white tiger revived, it would become so terrifying. Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord, haha. You are just a joke. The real Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord is fighting against a million H.E.L. demon generals inside, yet you are acting like a lackey of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. Jiang Xing laughed unrestrainedly, causing the Dragon Emperor's expression to turn ugly. Qi Hi plus did not care about them. He punched the red enchantment, causing a huge lion head to burst out. The roar shook the air, causing the chi and blood of some of the young holy masters to churn. This 10 Heavens Supreme Lord who had been reborn, although not as strong as back then, was still very powerful. Seeing his punch, Dragon Emperor, Thunder Emperor and Evil Emperor, all three of them secretly wondered if they were Qi Hi plus S opponents. How could the spirit formation laid by the 10 kings be so easy to destroy? Ahrel. El Devil Envoy sneered. Qi Hi plus snorted. He looked around. If it was only the combined power of the 10 kings, I might be able to break through, but right now there are not only the 10 kings that are secretly setting up a barrier, right? Jiang Xing laughed. It seems like there are quite a few demon masters. These fellows are still the same, and do not have much confidence in themselves. Right now, the three of them have no time to fight with Thunder Emperor and the rest, and Thunder Emperor and the rest did not want to fight with them either. Although they have a lot of people on their side, if they were to fight, it would be a tough battle. The white tiger arrived in front of the spirit formation and slightly raised its hand. Suddenly, his arm became a lump of black gas that permeated into the spirit formation. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Not only had they never seen a white tiger's ability before, but they had never even heard of it. Just as the white tiger was about to enter the barrier, a bolt of red lightning struck down from the sky, striking the white tiger's body. The white tiger instantly turned into a ball of black fog and disappeared, appearing above the barrier. Law of darkness, I never thought that you would actually grasp the law of darkness. A middle-aged man wearing a blood-red cloak appeared. His two tightly clenched fists were covered in a layer of flowing, blood-colored liquid. It seemed to be an extremely fresh blood. Move out of the way. If he didn't quickly enter the barrier, and the 10 kings finished their barrier, Chen Xiang would be in deep trouble. There were not only 10 powerful demon kings here, there were also several powerful demon masters. These demon masters were the overlords of a region in the infernal realm, and their strength was above that of the demon kings. They were the right-hand men of Hel, Devil Emperor. The demon lord also felt a lot of pressure when facing the white tiger. However, he didn't need to defeat it. All he needed to do was to stall for time. Leave this kind of stuff to me. Hi plus shouted, and was about to fly up, but Thunder Emperor and Dragon Emperor suddenly stopped him. The remaining Jiang Xing, on the other hand, was facing the evil emperor and a large group of holy master. Humph, you won't have a chance. Hel Devil Envoy said, but his voice sounded very familiar to Hi plus. This was his Hel Devil Emperor's voice, and he was speaking through this Hel Devil Envoy. Just as the white tiger and the rest were a little nervous, they were suddenly enveloped by a white light, which was being emitted by Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang opened his eyes and the multicolored light emitted from his body enveloped countless demons and Hel demon generals. After a few laughs, the white light turned into a large expanse of flames. It's the heavenly alchemy. The white tiger frowned. That's right, but I've never seen that move before. This kid's comprehension ability is much higher than mine, and he came up with so many different techniques. Hi plus laughed and said to the Thunder Emperor, "You guys be careful, this brat is even more crazy than me, don't be eaten by him like a pill." Hi plus had also done this back then. What was funny was that the blood-colored barrier that sealed Chen Xiang had now turned into a gigantic pill furnace. Those Hel demons and powerful demon generals were currently being burned by the flames that Chen Xiang had released, crying miserably over and over again. "Refine!" Chen Xiang shouted. The millions of demons that were not very strong suddenly turned into pitch-black charcoal, with red flames burning on top of them. Waves of purifying powers floated out from the red flames, and gathered above Chen Xiang's head. Fuse! When Chen Xiang said the second word, all the Hel demons instantly turned into black ashes, and only white energy mist remained. This energy mist slowly floated into the air, and converged into a huge white ball of light above Chen Xiang's head. All of the flames were concentrated on their bodies, burning until pieces of blood-colored objects fell out of their bodies. The strong evil energy in their bodies, when being burnt by Chen Xiang using the heavenly alchemy, turned into extremely pure energy and floated in the air. Ning! Chen Xiang suddenly roared out, the struggling demon generals suddenly disintegrated and turned into energy, gathering into the gigantic ball of white qi above Chen Xiang's head. The ball of air rapidly rotated and became very small in the blink of an eye. It actually condensed into a white ball in such a short amount of time. They thought that Chen Xiang would still need a period of time to complete the barrier enchantment, even if he lost the underworld demon generals and those millions of demons, they would still be able to complete it. But as long as the demon lord made a move against them, even if White Tiger and the others were here, they would still be able to take Chen Xiang down. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. He had just refined a pill and ate it, white flames instantly spouting out of his body, making him look extremely powerful. The moment he consumed the pill, he used its power to rush towards Life Forest. He could clearly sense that there was a demon king of Hel there. Following the burst of a dragon's roar, the instant Chen Xiang's green dragon demon-slain broadsword appeared. It fiercely chopped down towards a hidden demon king of H.E.L.L. As the saber slashed down, one side of the crimson barrier suddenly vanished. Quick, stop him! The H.E.L.L. Devil Envoy that was being controlled by the H.E.L.L. Devil Emperor roared, causing the few demon masters to rush over, but Chen Xiang had instantly disappeared into the SPAC. Let's go, we will enter the life forest as well. The white tiger laughed loudly and turned into a ray of black light, shooting towards life forest. Ches. Hi Plus and Jiang Xing cursed the white tiger in their hearts and hurriedly ran away. There were a few demon masters, 10 HEL. Demon Kings, Thunder Emperor and the rest of them. Thunder Emperor and the rest were all at their original spots, looking at the black smoke in front of them, which were the demons that was being refined by Chen Xiang. Thunder Emperor and the rest were all at their original spots, looking at the black smoke in front of them, which were the demons that was being refined by Chen Xiang. HEL. Demon Yenjing had already sent out his HEL. Devil Troop, but he did not stop Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang's strength was not the strongest, otherwise, he would not have left so quickly. However, his abilities were extremely terrifying, especially the heavenly alchemy that he had grasped right now. It had greatly expanded the horizons of Thunder Emperor. Now they understood why the HEL. Devil Emperor did not hesitate to eliminate Chen Xiang at all cost, because Chen Xiang's potential was very great. If he grew up, it would definitely affect the control of the HEL. Devil Emperor over the 9 heaven world and the endless heaven realm. No more chasing? Thunder Emperor saw HEL. Devil Envoy. Is there any use in chasing after him? Even if it's a normal place, we wouldn't be able to catch him, much less this complicated life forest. The HEL. Devil Envoy shook his head and said, the demon kings and demon masters won't be able to stay here for too long. They definitely won't be able to enter. If you guys want to go in, I'll ask the Emperor and see if I can give you some communication treasures so that he can tell you where Chen Xiang is at any time. As for the situation inside the life forest, this group of people had only heard of it and had never personally entered before, so they were not too afraid. On the contrary, they were extremely curious, and since they were already here, the bounty on Chen Xiang's list would definitely increase again. In the eyes of the Dragon Emperor and the others, killing Chen Xiang to obtain the divine deity was much easier than refining to obtain, and it was even faster. The divine deity bestowed to them by the HEL. Devil Emperor were still the same type of divine deity that had been formed. Even if they condensed their divine deity, it would still take them a very long time to cultivate it to the point of perfection, so this bounty had an extremely huge temptation. How long do you need? We need to quickly enter the life forest. The Thunder Emperor said. The fastest is 3 days. You can all wait here. HEL. Devil Envoy and the Demon Kings and Demon Masters suddenly turned into black smoke and merged into the fluctuating SPAC, returning to HELL. It was not easy for the HEL. Devil Emperor to transfer to the Sacred Water Heavenly Realm, and he had to pay a huge price. It didn't matter if he could kill Chen Xiang, but not only did he not kill Chen Xiang, all of the demons and 100 of HEL demons were killed, not even his soul remained. Chen Xiang left the battlefield and came to a place that was surrounded by purple light. This was the purple leaf forest that Dongfang Xinyue was talking about. The leaves of the flowers and trees here were all purple. What a strange life forest! Chen Xiang stood on top of a huge leaf on a big tree. A single leaf of this tree could build a small mansion, and it was even emitting a purple-colored glow. There was a special energy inside the light that could be absorbed and refined into divine power. Chen Xiang had eaten the pellet that was refined with the heavenly alchemy and received a very rich amount of energy. The majority of it was beneficial to the strength of his soul, because the demons and devils that came from Hel were all very powerful soul forms. How did you make it just now? It was done so quickly. Long Shui was also shocked by Chen Xiang's methods just now. How could 1,000,000 demons and 100 Hel demons be instantly refined by Chen Xiang? This is a technique from the heavenly alchemy, called the demonic refinement art. It is mainly used to refine large amounts of demonic energy into pure energy. Chen Xiang said, "Just now, it was not easy for me to execute this move, and it took me a while to prepare. Luckily, those demon kings did not attack me when we first started, otherwise we would not have been able to unleash it." Long Shui laughed. "That group of idiots, but you can't blame them. If they didn't work together to lay down the barrier, you would have escaped, and this time, Hel Devil Emperor will definitely increase the bounty. It might even be 3 divine deities. This life forest is a very safe place for me. I hope that I can cultivate Emperor soul here. At that time, I will not need to hide here. Those who want to kill me, I will send them to see Hel Devil Emperor." Chen Xiang began to refine that pellet. Although he had a divine deity to assist him in refining it, the pellet contained a lot of soul energy, and he needed to focus on cultivation. Even the vermilion bird doesn't know about what just happened. Could she be cultivating? Long Shui had thought that the vermilion bird would appear. She is at the 3rd barrier, which is very far from the outside. She must have blocked many auras, and the commotion caused by those Hel devil troop can be spread throughout the entire sacred water heavenly realm, but it definitely won't be able to reach the divine fire forest. Dongfang Xinyue said. Perhaps because the white tiger is there, she didn't appear. I never would have thought that the white tiger would really dare to come here to find her. I really want to see how they looked when they met. Long Shui laughed. I don't know if the vermilion bird will hate the little scoundrel, but the little scoundrel has white tiger divine weapon on him, and he also cultivates heaven-earth killing method, which left a bad impression on the vermilion bird. Probably not. I mentioned this to her before. She even said that she wanted to meet Chen Xiang. Dongfang Xinyue chuckled. The vermilion bird grandmaster treats me very well, and she knows that Chen Xiang is my master. I've explained this to her, so she definitely won't harm Chen Xiang when the time comes. Long Shui curled his lips. She definitely won't hurt little scoundrel, but she will still make things difficult for you. But you don't have to worry, I'll deal with her later. Chen Xiang sat on that leaf and cultivated for 2 days and 2 nights before he finally refined that pellet. The purple leaf forest hid dangers everywhere, but with Long Shui here, she could clearly feel that it was safe there, so Chen Xiang could stay here for 2 days. After he finished cultivating, Chen Xiang jumped around on top of these big leaves, looking at the special purple scenery inside the purple leaf forest. There were all kinds of strange plants here, all of which could release purple light at night, and at night this was a purple ocean. Chen Xiang had been wandering around here all day, and was preparing to go inside the cold wind forest, when suddenly there was a roar coming from inside the purple leaf forest. It sounded like the roar of a huge beast. No, it's not a giant beast roaring. It should be a group of beasts. Chen Xiang frowned. Could it be the purple leaf forest's holy beast roaring? Long Shui said, I'll go take a look. The beasts in the purple leaf forest are all formed by saint beasts. Most of these saint beasts evolved to adapt to the forest. They can change to the human form, but most of the time they maintain their beast form. Dongfang Xinyue said, listening to this roar, it should be something like an ape or something. Sure enough, Long Shui quickly probed. It's a large group of monkeys. There are a lot of them and their entire bodies are covered with purple hair. They are chasing 3 people. It's actually those 3 fellows. The three fellows that Long Shui spoke of were White Tiger, Chi.H.I Plus and Jiang Xing. They quickly flew in the huge forest, avoiding the huge branches and leaves, and headed towards Chen Xiang. The three fellows that Long Shui spoke of were White Tiger, Chi Plus and Jiang Xing. They quickly flew in the huge forest, avoiding the huge branches and leaves, and headed towards Chen Xiang. Run, these three guys lured the monkeys over here, Long Shui said. Chen Xiang originally wanted to travel through S.P.A.C. to hide, but White Tiger and the others must have come all the way here to help him, so he felt embarrassed, said, and decided to just run. Chen Xiang, quickly use your spatial energy and bring us away. This group of purple monkeys is too troublesome to deal with. The White Tiger had already sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang from very far away. Chen Xiang took a small breath and channeled his spatial energy. At this moment, he could already see White Tiger and the other two releasing his spatial energy to envelop them. The White Tiger and the others sensed that Chen Xiang was releasing the spatial energy, but did not resist. Instead, they relaxed. Chi Plus saw Chen Xiang and laughed. He patted Chen Xiang's shoulders and said, "It's good to be able to grasp the spatial laws. You really can run. Even L Devil Emperor's L Devil Troop can't do anything about you." Just as Chi Plus finished speaking, Long Shui flashed out from within the Serenity Ring. He glared fiercely at Chi Plus and said angrily, "Hurry and repay me with my divine deity." Chi Plus was very calm, because he had already expected such a reaction from Long Shui. He laughed. "There definitely isn't any divine deity, but there is one that can kill you. If you want it, you can have it. This life of yours, what use is there for me to come here? How can it be as precious as this old lady's divine deity?" Long Shui grabbed Chi Plus's collars. She was extremely furious when she mentioned this matter with Chen Xiang. She did not have such a reaction, but now that she saw Chi Plus being such a rascal, she was even more angry. By Long, forget it. He would have expected such a thing to happen. How can we let it go like this? We must get him to compensate us. Long Shui snorted and released Chi Plus. He placed his hands on his hips. "You can't give me back my divine deity, there's no other compensation." Seeing Long Shui like that, Chen Xiang shook her head and laughed. Long Shui had a supreme dragon blood, it was the same as divine deity. Furthermore, her Emperor Soul's sleeping ability can allow her to easily condense her divine deity, so she did not put divine deity in her heart right now. "Okay, this is for you." Although Chi Plus was thick-skinned, he knew that if he lost someone's divine deity, he still had to compensate them. He took out a large box, and after he opened it, a pale white glow immediately shone from inside, bringing along the scent of fresh fruit. This was actually a big box of green fruits, looking sweet and tasty. Long Shui almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to jump over to eat it happily. "This is the holy snow pear, but old Jiang and I went inside the profound cold ancient realm to find it. There are 100 of them, that should be enough compensation, right?" Chi Plus still understood Long Shui very well. As long as he could get the delicacies to stop Long Shui's mouth, he would be able to turn the small issue into something small. "It's barely enough." Long Shui snorted and quickly kept the box. She loved to eat holy snow pear the most. It was sweet, crisp, and fragrant. The White Tiger laughed. "By Long, you're still the same as ever." Long Shui scoffed. "The reason you hid so many things from me before was because you were worried that I would bring this kid to H.E.L.L. to search for divine deity." The White Tiger nodded its head. "That's divine deity, so it's very important to you, and I'm very worried. It's normal. Even if Chen Xiang has cultivated an Emperor Soul, it's still not enough to rush into H.E.L.L. Long Shui laughed. Big White Cat, you are underestimating me. It's just a set of divine deity, I can condense it out, and I can do it again in the future. So you've recovered well. The White Tiger looked at Long Shui, but could not see anything. Jiang Xing laughed. The three of you have all died before and are now reborn. Why don't you fight a bit and see who is stronger? I'm not going to fight. Master has the power of the law of darkness, little crazed dragon has Chen Xiang, and it seems like she's hiding something. I can't beat them. Hi plus immediately shook his head. The White Tiger asked, Chen Xiang, did you run all the way to the life forest to avoid being hunted down by the Devil Emperor, or to find a vermilion bird? Well, there are all of them, Chen Xiang said. Big White Cat, the vermilion bird is here. You really dare to come? Aren't you afraid she'll beat you up? Long Shui had a gloating expression. It was my fault. I had to apologize to her. The White Tiger sighed. Now that everyone can be revived, let's gather together. Hi plus shook his head. I don't think that the vermilion bird would forgive you. Even this little gluttonous dragon is easier to deal with than her. Jiang Xing nodded. The vermilion bird entrusted its feathers to me that year, and I refined it into a Suzaku silk. Afterwards, it gave me a subtle emotional connection between the Suzaku silk and myself, so if she knew, she definitely would not have let me off. At most, I would just be scolded by her. What kind of consequences would there be? I'm even afraid of this. Long Shui laughed. The vermilion bird is about to condense its divine deity now. The best thing is for it to scold her before she condenses her divine deity. Otherwise, if she's stronger than you guys in the future, it won't be scolding, but a beating. How do you know? The White Tiger hurriedly asked. The little scoundrel's slave girl told us that the scoundrel's slave has the bloodline of the vermilion bird, and she's been at the vermilion bird's place all this time. Long Shui said. Hi plus suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face filled with admiration. A woman with the vermilion bird bloodline, you actually dared to take her in as your female slave, and now you are even coming here, aren't you looking to die? If she knew that killing you would allow her to obtain 2 or 3 divine deity, you would definitely be out of luck. Jiang Xing pulled Hi plus and laughed. Don't forget, the fighting strength of this little gluttonous dragon is not inferior to that of the vermilion bird. You think that she will see Chen Xiang getting bullied by the vermilion bird? Thinking about how close Long Shui and Chen Xiang were, Hi plus let out a long sigh. Jiang Xing laughed. This brat relied on conquering women to conquer the world. If you had done the same in the past, you might still be 10 Heavens Supreme Lord now. Long Shui felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. He immediately said, if you had conquered the Mei Emperor back then, you would have been even more powerful than a lion. The current 10 Heavens Supreme Lord might even be you. Don't mention it. Jiang Xing admitted defeat. Right now, what he feared the most was people mentioning the Mei Emperor. That was his dark history. The White Tiger and Hi plus both laughed. They knew about Jiang Xing's situation. Although I don't want to tear apart old Jiang's scars, I still have to say, Mei Emperor has already appeared in Tian. Her current abilities are even stronger than before. You guys have to be careful. The White Tiger said seriously. I have nothing to be afraid of. Mainly, it's old Jiang and Chen Xiang. Hi plus chuckled, especially that brat Chen Xiang. Speaking of Mei Emperor, Chen Xiang thought of Feng Yujie in Divine Feather School. Speaking of Mei Emperor, Chen Xiang thought of Feng Yujie in Divine Feather School. Do you know Feng Yujie? She is very mysterious, and even more powerful than the Mei Emperor. Chen Xiang said. Oh, you know Feng Yujie too. Hi plus was a little surprised. He could not think of how Chen Xiang got to know him. In his impression, Feng Yujie should not have known about it casually, and had even revealed so many secrets of his. She's a pill saint. I entrusted her to help me concoct the sacred pill, so we got to know each other from then on. Chen Xiang curled his lips. This woman is very mischievous. Great Lion, this means that you know her. Long Shui asked. We met her when we were traveling here a long time ago. She was indeed a very powerful woman, and she was very temperamental and unpredictable, and felt that she was deliberately concealing her true nature, not wanting others to see through her. At that time, she was already a pill saint, and we also went to her to refine a sacred pill, so her fee was very high. Chi plus nodded. This woman has a lot to do with the Mei Emperor, Jiang Xing said. Back then when she dragged us to search for the Mei Emperor, it was at that time that I met her. As he thought about the past, Jiang Xing sighed endlessly. What happened with the Mei Emperor was probably the most difficult memory to erase in his heart. Since you know her, why don't you stay in the sacred region for a while longer? Her strength is not bad, dealing with Thunder Emperor and the others won't be a problem. Hi plus said, I will go to super old sacred city to look for her. She won't see me. I didn't want to trouble her. She also had many troubles in the sacred domain. I wasn't desperate at that time. Chen Xiang laughed. Are you sure you want to go see the vermilion bird? Okay, I'll go find her alone. The white tiger said, I'll be leaving first. It's best not to go that quickly. The white tiger turned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared. Hi plus laughed. He's afraid that we'll see him make a fool of himself. Are the two of you going to meet the vermilion bird? Long Shui asked. I won't be going. I want to walk around the life forest. Maybe I can find some secrets here. Jiang Xing laughed. I heard that there are a lot of good materials here. I plan to refine a divine weapon soon. Hi plus shook his head. I'm not going either, that shrew is not to be trifled with. Hi plus and Jiang Xing originally wanted to go see the vermilion bird, but knowing that the vermilion bird wanted to condense its divine deity gave them a huge blow. The vermilion bird after its rebirth was actually much stronger than them, which made them very uncomfortable. Just like that, Hi plus and Jiang Xing left. Long Shui returned to the serene jade ring, and according to Dongfang Xinyue's guidance, he headed towards the location of the vermilion bird. Chen Xiang left the tree hole in the big tree and flew into the forest filled with the gigantic violet leaf trees. He flew towards that gust of cold wind, because he was going towards the second barrier outside the life forest, the cold wind forest. Those monkeys again. Chen Xiang suddenly heard that roar and anxiously looked back, only to see that in the forest, countless purple monkeys were quickly jumping from tree to tree, and through the vines, they moved between the trees at an extremely fast speed. If there were a few hundred of these purple monkeys, Chen Xiang would not have thought much, since this was a very ancient life forest, but there were at least 10,000 of them heading towards him, covering a large area of the forest behind him. When they quickly rushed over, they rushed over like a purple tide, which was very scary. Not for you. Long Shui said, their speed isn't considered too fast. It seems like they are Hi plus-ing to a place and not chasing after a target. Chen Xiang anxiously used his spatial energy and hid himself within the chaotic SPAC to avoid this group of purple monkeys. These monkeys were all holy beasts, with tens of thousands of them attacking at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. Chen Xiang did not want to get entangled with these monkeys. This was also one of the scarier parts of Purple Leaf Forest. Saint beasts were all small in size and were hard to deal with when they were strong. Dongfang Xinyue said, this is just a small team, the entire beast herd here is usually around 100,000. The Monkey King leading this group of purple monkeys should be a human saint or even an emperor-level expert. Why are they so powerful? How did they all grow up? Chen Xiang came out of the chaotic SPAC and couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the purple-colored clouds that were gradually disappearing in the distance. Before, I said that the beasts that were born here all have a special purple energy. They can grow by eating the purple leaves here, and the purple leaves grow very quickly here. This place is also very big, so, for the beasts here, there are almost endless amounts of purple energy. Chen Xiang wanted to go and see where the group of purple monkeys were headed to, so he followed closely behind them. With their endless reproduction, there will be a day when this purple leaf forest will not be able to contain so many holy beasts. Long Shui said. Although the beasts here can rely on eating the purple leaves to grow quickly, large-scale battles will still occur between different races. The vermilion bird ancestor told me before that to the beasts here, this is their feast because during the battle, those who die will be eaten. Hearing Dongfang Xinhua say that, a large group of small-sized holy beasts started to fight in Chen Xiang's mind, tearing and devouring the BLOOD scene in front of him. He suspected that the group of purple monkeys was going to enjoy the so-called grand feast. After Chen Xiang followed behind the troop of monkeys for most of the day, he noticed that there were two other groups of monkeys approaching and then gathering together. At this time, the number of purple holy monkeys had already reached 100,000. If such a large number of holy beasts were placed in the nine-heaven world, the damage they would cause would be unimaginable. Even a place like the Saint Realm would probably have a headache. Will these holy beasts leave this purple leaf forest? Just a single beast race of this purple leaf forest has so many holy beasts. It seems like this sacred water heavenly realm isn't weak at all. Chen Xiang lamented. No, those strange purple leaves are something that they rely on to survive on. If they don't have this purple leaf to eat, they will die quickly, so the beasts in purple leaf forest cannot go anywhere else, they can only rule over this place. Just as Dongfang Xinhua finished speaking, a low and deep shout came from the front. One could tell that there was a large group of purple holy beasts there. It's a group of purple wild boars. They're not too big, but they look really powerful. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang flew to the top of the forest and watched the battle below. He was already able to see the purple wild boars with purple skin and the two fangs at their mouths that were glowing with a purple light. It was obvious that they were good materials for smithing. It was foreseeable that there would be a BLOODY battle here. The purple monkeys looked small, but their nails were very sharp. When they bared their fangs, they showed a cold glint. It was obvious that they could easily tear apart a thick layer of tough skin. It was foreseeable that there would be a BLOODY battle here. The purple monkeys looked small, but their nails were very sharp. When they bared their fangs, they showed a cold glint. It was obvious that they could easily tear apart a thick layer of tough skin. The number of wild boars are few, and their agility is inferior to those monkeys. It seems like this group of wild boars is going to be out of luck. Shi, Pearl and Kong Bailing could all see the situation outside from the inside. The purple monkeys were all on the trees, hundreds of thousands of them, surrounding the wild boar in a circle, baring their teeth and shouting. The group of wild boars let out deep roars, causing the fangs to emit an intimidating purple light. One could tell that the battle strength of these wild boars was very strong, even though it was only 50,000 or 60,000 berserk beasts. It didn't seem like they would lose. Chen Xiang was hiding up there, while the purple monkey and wild boar below him were not aware of him, not to mention that they were all shouting and yelling. How could they care about anything else? The battle had not yet begun, and both sides were shouting to increase their momentum. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and a tall man with a purple cape that fluttered in the wind appeared. He held a purple spear in his hand, and with a loud roar, he raised it high up into the air. This should be the monkey emperor of the purple monkey. Its strength is indeed very strong. Chen Xiang frowned. He had previously planned to take advantage of something, but the kings of the beasts were all extremely strong, so even if a strong ranker like Thunder Emperor came, he would not casually fight with a beast emperor. The emperor of the wild boars also came out. It was a middle-aged giant man wearing a purple armor. The monkey emperor was already majestic enough, but this wild boar emperor was 2 heads taller than his opponent, and the weapon in his hand was also very domineering. It was a huge sword as wide as a door. With the appearance of the 2 beast emperors, their killing intent skyrocketed. This battle was unavoidable. Kill! The wild boar emperor was the first to shout. After a loud roar, the monkey emperor also roared and turned into a purple light, soaring high into the sky. The wild boar emperor did the same, flying high up into the sky to fight the monkey emperor. In the blink of an eye, a wave of pressure descended upon the 2 beast emperors. The 2 beast emperors had already clashed, and the violet monkey and wild boar below were engaged in battle as well. These guys, why are they fighting? There is no lack of resources in this place, so there is no need to engage in such pointless battles. Chen Xiang frowned as he looked at the tragic and bloody scene. He shook his head. The vermilion bird ancestor was also very curious about this sort of behavior. After many years of research, she found out that most of the beast emperors here fought their battles, and that it wasn't that difficult for the beasts here to grow into saint beasts. It was just a matter of time before they stopped growing up. Dongfang Xinhua said. Chen Xiang had already guessed something, and said, although it is only in the purple leaf forest, many of the holy beasts here are ambitious. Later on, they would definitely discover a way to break through the bottleneck. Dongfang Xinhua nodded his head. That's right, it's eating flesh and blood, but it's not always effective when eating, it's only effective at a specific time. This should be a cycle. When the time comes, these sacred beasts will consciously gather together and have the beast emperor command them to go around killing each other. Long Shui said. In that case, after this period of time, the ones that can survive will all have eaten the most and be the strongest. Chen Xiang had already seen a few purple monkeys who were fighting very fiercely. Although they looked to be about the same as the other purple monkeys, they were very experienced and easy to see through. This is a good opportunity. These guys only eat meat, there must be a lot of beast spirit. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang had been paying attention since the beginning, so he did not make any moves to fear that he would attract the attention of the 2 beast emperors. However, he had already secretly used his powerful and formless divine power and used the soul-absorbing devil spells method to release a soul-sealing curse to envelop the battlefield. You can start now. Those 2 beast emperors fought very fiercely, and they have distanced themselves from here. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang began to devour all the beast souls that were floating in the vicinity, and absorb them all into the divine sense Qi as quickly as he would absorb Holy Spirit Qi. Then he placed them into the divine deity and used the divine deity to quickly refine them. The people here were all saint beasts. The beast spirits here were exceptionally strong and most of them were very pure, much better than the demons of Hell. A beast soul of 10,000 was equal to 100,000 demons. After fighting for an entire day, a total of 70 to 80,000 purple monkeys and wild boars died, and the 2 monster emperors did not manage to split their burden, retreating both parties. However, Chen Xiang's harvest was extremely huge, with such a large number of beast spirits. He quickly strengthened his spirit. He felt that if he stayed here for a while longer, and looked for a great battle like this, he might be able to use this method to cultivate Emperor Soul. What does it feel like? Chen Xiang suddenly felt that something was amiss. He anxiously channeled his spatial energy, causing him to instantly enter the tyrannical SPAC. Just as he entered the tyrannical SPAC, the divine soul that Chen Xiang left at his original spot saw a few people descend. They were the Thunder Empress, Dragon Empress, and some other holy masters that he was familiar with. These guys really are haunting us like ghosts. Just now, it was so close we were almost covered by them again. Chen Xiang sighed. He had no choice but to admit that this group of people had made great progress while chasing and killing him. especially in the area of concealing auras. If not for his extremely sharp perception of SPAC fluctuations, he would have been trapped earlier and would have had to face a large group of experts. After his previous experience of being sealed within a sealed SPAC in the floating city, even now, Chen Xiang not only used the method of sensing auras to guard against enemies, but also the way the SPAC around him fluctuated, allowing him to release an invisible SPAC domain. As long as someone stepped into the SPAC domain, he would be able to detect them as long as they were able to affect SPAC in the slightest. Can't we stay here any longer? Chen Xiang still wanted to stay in the purple leaf forest because he could obtain a large amount of beast spirit. Of course you can, but you have to be careful. The new evil emperor did not follow him. I wonder if he went back. If he was still here, then he would have killed this guy. Long Shui said. Letting Chen Xiang face a few strong of Lord Stage was not something he could handle with his current strength, but if it was against a new evil emperor, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem. How can I find that evil emperor? Right now, Chen Xiang not only had to avoid the Thunder Emperor and the others tracking, he also had to find the evil emperor. How can I find that evil emperor? Right now, Chen Xiang not only had to avoid the Thunder Emperor and the others tracking, he also had to find the evil emperor. There are two possibilities. Firstly, he gave up trying to kill you, and secondly, he has the confidence to catch you on his own. If it's the latter, then he might have a way. Long Shui said. The evil emperor should know that I have obtained the inheritance of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. If he were to fight alone with me, he would definitely not be able to obtain any benefits, and even coming here to capture me under these circumstances, he definitely has some other methods. It seems that I have to be careful. Chen Xiang was now even more vigilant, paying attention to the spatial ripples in his surroundings. If there was even the slightest movement, he would immediately hide into the chaotic SPAC to avoid the sudden sneak attack. Then don't enter the cold wind forest first, stay here, and look for those beasts that have fought a great battle. On one hand, you need to absorb the beast spirit, and on the other hand, you need to train your ability to use the SPAC domain. At that time, even if someone hides their presence very well, it would be hard for them to escape your senses. Long Shui said. With himself as the center, it formed a very large spatial sensing domain. As long as someone stepped into this SPAC domain, they would immediately know that if they used it proficiently, even if it was a small flying insect, they would immediately sense it. Although Chen Xiang controlled the power of the spatial laws, no one would instruct him how to use it. He could only figure out how to use the powerful and mysterious power of SPAC on his own, and now that he had used it well, he could either teleport far away or engage in long-distance spatial slaughter. Currently, he was trying to figure out how to use the power of SPAC to form his own domain, so that he could discover his pursuers ahead of time. The domain that he had released must have a large area of effect. If it was too small, he would have only sensed it before the others had arrived and set up a barrier to seal the SPAC. After mastering the SPAC domain, I still need to learn how to break through the spatial seal. Chen Xiang said firmly. Before, when the Devil Troop was besieging him, and when he was being ambushed by the Thunder Emperor and the others, they were all extremely strong spatial seals. Breaking through this kind of seal should be the easiest for him who possessed spatial energy, but he didn't know how to do it. Right now, this was his top priority, and he planned to figure out how to use the SPAC domain while learning it. Chen Xiang stood on top of a huge purple leaf that was a huge tree and released an invisible force of SPAC. This weak force of SPAC carried his divine power, covering an area of 50 kilometers, and then He calmed his heart to sense any movement. Normally, one could also use God power to sense something like this, but the God power only sensed through the breath, and anything would have a tiny bit of aura. Once the God power was released, the surroundings would appear in one's mind, but the person with the ability to conceal their aura could not be detected, and they would be able to approach unknowingly. Chen Xiang and Long Xue's concealment skills were extremely strong, so they could often sneak in close to some strong warriors and launch sneak attacks without anyone noticing. But now those people from the Thunder Emperor had learned some profound concealment techniques from the Devil Emperor, which allowed them to hide themselves well from Chen Xiang before stealthily approaching him. Right now, Chen Xiang was using the power of SPAC to display this kind of sensing domain. As long as he and Chen Xiang were in the same SPAC, the moment he entered his domain, he could immediately feel that even concealing his aura would not be of any use. In his SPAC, the slightest movement would produce a certain degree of spatial change, which would be detected by him. Right now, he could very clearly feel that there were very small ants crawling on the ground. He could even feel the sand and dust that were blown by the breeze entering his SPAC domain. But Chen Xiang felt that it was not enough, because he had used too much spatial energy, causing him to expend a lot of energy. He had to adjust it to make use of the least amount of spatial energy to complete SPAC domain. His SPAC domain did not only use a moment, but he could use it at any time, so he had to control his energy consumption. He kept changing locations, and after using it many times, he became more and more proficient in it. Even when he was moving at a high speed, the SPAC domain would not disappear. In these 10 days, no one from Thunder Emperor had chased after him. Perhaps it was because of the continuous change in his position, but even if he did catch up, before he could even get close to him, he had already moved on. Although it was very difficult to catch up with Chen Xiang, Thunder Emperor and the others were already mentally prepared. They felt that spending some time to kill Chen Xiang was much better than their own painstaking efforts to condense their divine deity, because even if they spent a lot of time to do so, it might end in nothing. It was different from chasing Chen Xiang. Just as Chen Xiang had guessed, the Devil Emperor had already increased the bounty on him to 3 divine deities. Thus the experts of Thunder Emperor, Dragon Emperor and the Ho clan formed a group and led a few holy masters to chase after Chen Xiang. It's time to test the results of my training. Chen Xiang stood on top of a leaf. He planned to stay there for a long time and wait for Thunder Emperor and the others to come. He wanted to see how well he was using the SPAC domain. Once Chen Xiang stopped at a certain place, Thunder Emperor and the others would receive a message from HEL, and then they would quickly head towards that place. Now their communication jade symbol paper was trembling, with Chen Xiang's detailed location inside. When they found out, they immediately rushed over. He's coming. Chen Xiang waited for more than 6 hours, when he suddenly sensed that there were more than 10 SPAC domains inside, and a distance away from him. This time, he could clearly feel how many people had come in, and he could clearly sense the shape and outline of their faces. Very good. Chen Xiang was extremely satisfied with his SPAC domain, so he turned and left, but just as he was about to leave, a spatial seal suddenly enveloped him. Just a little more. Thunder Emperor saw the undulating SPAC, which was the remnant spatial energy that Chen Xiang used to travel and leave. Could it be that our concealment spell is useless? An old man asked. He had followed Thunder Emperor from the heavenly thunder region and learned the same concealment technique. If a person failed to master the concealment technique, they would not be able to part it. 1p8. Therefore, this group of people had gone through a strict examination before they chased after Chen Xiang. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. When we rush over, it might affect the flow of air. Chen Xiang is so vigilant, so he probably left after sensing it. A few days ago, when we were very far from him, didn't he also run around? All of the experts present had experienced such situations before. Sometimes they would have to do extremely secretive things, and whenever there was such a commotion in the surroundings, they would immediately leave. With Elder Ho here, we still have a lot of advantages. We have to hurry and take Chen Xiang down before the other teams come over. Thunder Emperor said, "These three divine deity must be ours." Chen Xiang, who was in the distance, listened to the conversation between the Thunder Emperor and the others using the spatial wiretap. Chen Xiang, who was in the distance, listened to the conversation between the Thunder Emperor and the others using the spatial wiretap. Elder Ho, could it be that it's someone from the Ho clan? Chen Xiang frowned and asked Dongfang Xinyue, "How strong is the strongest guy in Ho clan?" "Very strong." The Vermilion Bird ancestor said that the old man from the Ho clan is one of the strongest experts in the sacred water, heavenly realm. He is as powerful as the 9 emperors and 5 venerables was back in the day. Dongfang Xinyue said. In other words, the evil emperor was taken away from them, as well as being not with them. Chen Xiang laughed. This evil emperor must be very angry. If they had to fight, Thunder Emperor would not want to fight him too, but to Chen Xiang, the evil emperor was an extremely easy opponent to deal with, especially after seeing Chen Xiang instantly exterminate the H.E.L. Devil Troop. Even the evil emperor was secretly shocked in his heart, because Chen Xiang was also a huge threat to him. I wonder if this fellow is still here. Let's go look around. If he's alone, we'll finish him off. Long Shui said. In the Purple Leaf Forest, one could use the cold wind to determine their approximate location. If the cold wind was strong and made people feel cold, it would mean that they were close to the cold wind forest. One could choose which location in the Purple Leaf Forest they wanted to move to through the cold wind. Right now, Chen Xiang was in the middle of the Purple Leaf Forest, carefully observing his surroundings to see if there were any traces of a herd of beasts. "There's a footprint down there," Long Shui suddenly said. Chen Xiang immediately dove down and arrived in a spa. RSE forest. He landed on the ground, looked at the huge footprints, and started to frown. The footprints were very large. As he laid on them, he felt that there were still a lot of SPAC left. Warm moon, aren't all the holy beasts here small? Chen Xiang looked around, only to realize that the footprints were only there, as though the gigantic thing had suddenly appeared and walked a distance away, and then suddenly flew away. That's right, but there are giant beasts as well. There are only a majority of the smaller beasts. It's very difficult to breed large beasts in this place, even though flowers, plants and trees are all giant. Dongfang Xinyue was also very puzzled. Judging from this footprint, it's 4-legged, a bit like a lion. Long Shui replied, "It shouldn't be a lion, right?" The big lion that Long Shui spoke of was Chi. No, he is not here. Chen Xiang shook his head and followed the footprints. He found something strange. It was that the soil inside these footprints were a little black. Chen Xiang grabbed them and threw them into the serene jade ring, letting Long Shui and the others have a good look. How strange, this soil should have just turned black. I don't know why it turned black, but there's no color at all. Dongfang Xinyue was very suspicious. Following that, she released a flame and set it on fire. What surprised the girls was that after it was burned, the soil turned into a black paste. This is a very evil power. However, it has been concealed very well and will not emit any evil aura. Long Shui's voice carried a kind of fear, which was extremely rare. "What is this?" Chen Xiang asked anxiously. "I don't know, I only know that those who possess this level of evil power are all very strong. Could it be that the new evil emperor, isn't this fellow a human?" Long Shui was even more suspicious. Could it be the primordial evil lion? Pearl said, "Legend has it that there were many powerful beasts in the ancient times. They were all lion-type beasts." Kong Bailing also nodded. "For example, 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord and Super Old Fire Beast. I have heard of stories about them." Dongfang Xinyue asked, "Sister Shui, do you know anything about the primordial evil lion?" Long Shui was silent for a moment, then said, "I have heard of it. This guy does indeed exist, it's just that I have never seen it before. This guy rarely appears, but he's actually very strong and mysterious. Back then, Chi Plus and the Great Flame Lion wanted to find him and kill him, but they couldn't find him no matter what. If this footprint is his, then why would he appear here?" Right now, Chen Xiang was even more vigilant than before. He felt that this legendary primordial evil lion was not something that could be dealt with using the devil-suppressing kung fu, because he could not feel that evil energy at all. It did not have the slightest bit of evil qi, but it was terrifyingly evil. Hi Plus and Old Jiang are both here. Go and ask them. It would be best if they could even find the big white cat. Long Shui said, "The primordial evil lion is not someone you can deal with." Chen Xiang became even more vigilant now, in case he got ambushed by this immemorial evil lion. What he did not understand was that this immemorial evil lion should be able to maintain its human form, so why would it suddenly transform into a beast form? Just as Chen Xiang was considering to leave the purple leaf forest, a lion's roar came from afar. It was not loud and came from a far distance away. "That's Hi Plus S cry." Just as Long Shui finished speaking, another lion's roar came, this time with a much deeper tone. Two big lions. Could it be that Hi Plus has met the primordial evil lion? Chen Xiang immediately rushed in that direction. When Chen Xiang was on the road, he originally thought that there would be fighting soon, but it was extremely quiet in front of him. He had already felt Hi Plus S aura and also felt a very faint presence with Hi Plus. Don't tell me they know each other. Chen Xiang thought in his heart. He had already seen Hi Plus and Jiang Xing, and there was even a black-robed man beside them. When Chen Xiang got close, Hi Plus and the others noticed, and immediately looked over. However, Chen Xiang quickly traveled through SPAC and appeared beside Hi Plus. "Brat, you're still in Purple Leaf Forest." Hi Plus was surprised to see Chen Xiang here. "Yeah, I want to stay here for a while longer." Chen Xiang looked at the black-gowned man and asked, "This is..." Hi Plus laughed. "An old friend, he and I are both from Sacred Beast's ancient realm. I thought he had gone to God's realm, I didn't expect him to be here." Jiang Xing laughed. "Old Black, you aren't here to kill this brat in exchange for divine deity, right?" The black-robed man shook his head and laughed. "Of course not. I just heard that you were here, so I immediately came. You didn't fight with those guys. It's a pity. Have you become weaker?" Chen Xiang did not ask further, but he was wary of the black-robed man, because the black-robed man had an extremely terrifying demonic power. Jiang Xing and Hi Plus seemed to have a good relations Hi Plus P with the black-robed man, but Long Shui did not know who the black-robed man was. Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang, telling him to be careful of the black-robed man. Jiang Xing and Hi Plus seemed to have a good relations Hi Plus P with the black-robed man, but Long Shui did not know who the black-robed man was. Long Shui sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang, telling him to be careful of the black-robed man. Chen Xiang looked around and found some footprints. Among them were those gigantic footprints he had seen before, but the soil inside those footprints were not black, and they were not the same as the one in front of him before, which made him even more suspicious. This must be Qin Xiang, who has given those fellows a headache. The man in black patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and chuckled. Chi plus laughed heartily and said to Qin Xiang, Old Black is a very strong guy in the sacred beast's ancient realm. Even my master has a very high opinion of him. Don't just look at his dark face and black clothes. He is actually a snow lion that uses cold energy. That Old Black smiled slightly and said, I came here this time to investigate the cold wind forest in this life forest and see if it can be of some help to my cultivation. So it's like this, then let's go in and take a look together. I plus put a hand on Qin Xiang's shoulder. How about we go together, although you can give us a lot of trouble, but that's what I want after coming here for so long. If we don't fight a few of them, it's not fun at all. Qin Xiang laughed. I still plan to stay in the Purple Leaf Forest for a period of time. You guys can head to the Cold Wind Forest first. I'll contact you guys when the time comes. After Jiang Xing and Qin Xiang bid their farewell, they left with Lao He. Although there were saint beasts inside the Cold Wind Forest, there weren't as many saint beasts as outside. Only groups of saint beasts outside the Purple Leaf Forest could satisfy his appetite. 1t. He still wanted to find the evil emperor outside the Purple Leaf Forest and kill him, but there was another reason why he did not understand the mysterious Old Black. Although Jiang Xing and Hi plus had a good relations, Hi plus P with him, he gave off an unreliable feeling. I've never heard of that Old Black, but there's definitely a problem. I can confirm that the footprints near Hi plus previously were the same as the black footprints we saw before. Long Shui said, the power he is currently using is definitely not the power of ice. Qin Xiang took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to Hi plus. As long as they weren't too far away, they would be able to communicate it to him. He told Hi plus about the doubt in his heart and told him to be careful. Hi plus did not reply. Qin Xiang was not too worried about him and Jiang Xing. They were all old veterans. If he were to remind them now, they would definitely be more cautious. Qin Xiang continued to search through the Purple Leaf Forest for herd beasts. After meeting Hi plus and the others, he searched for more than 3 days, and finally found traces of herd beasts. Following the footprints on the ground, Qin Xiang was quickly able to keep up with the beasts. This group of saint beasts only had around 50 to 60,000 of them, and were all purple-spotted leopards. From the looks of it, they should be on their way to kill the beasts. This period of time might be when the beasts are enjoying the feast. Dongfang Xinyue said. Very quickly, Qin Xiang sensed the aura of another wave of beasts. Judging from the aura, the number and strength of the beasts were much stronger than the group of leopards he was following. It's a group of purple tigers, and there's so many of them. Qin Xiang exclaimed. In the forest ahead were all purple-striped tigers, growling softly, their bodies briming with killing intent. Long Shui laughed. There are still others in the distance. Qin Xiang immediately widened the range of his senses and released his soul to search, quickly discovering a group of purple wolves. This group had a lot more wolves than the purple leopard and the purple tiger combined. The group of wolves were quite a distance away, so even if they wanted to come over, it would still take some time. However, they seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to kill the tigers and leopards here. It's begun. Long Shui shouted excitedly. As the emperors on both sides roared, the battle between the tiger and leopard started. This battle was even more brutal and blood than the battle between the pig and monkey that Qin Xiang had witnessed before. The moment the battle started, he released an invisible formation to seal off all of the beasts' souls and prevent them from leaving the area. The souls of these sacred beasts are very strong. Qin Xiang and the other beast emperors distanced themselves and started to devour the large amount of beast spirits floating in the air. The wolves are coming, Long Shui reminded. Chen Xiang had always been paying attention to the wolves. Like what he had expected, as long as both sides fought, and when a small number of them were killed or injured, the pack of violet wolves would come over, the wolves would stay far away from them. When they flew over, the tiger and leopard would fight to the end, and both sides would definitely suffer from heavy injuries. The tigers and leopards all engaged in a great battle in the distance. After an entire day, their auras gradually weakened, and if this were to continue, then one of them would definitely be killed. More than half of the tigers and leopards would also die, and the majority of the survivors would be riddled with scars. At this moment, the wolves hiding in the distance had finally arrived. The timing was very accurate. Sensing that the wolf pack had arrived, the two beast emperors reacted. Anger filled their hearts as they hurriedly retreated, but it was blocked by the wolf emperor. Even if they worked together, it would still be difficult to defeat the wolf emperor in a short period of time. Chen Xiang hid inside the tree cave and used the heaven tour method to observe the fight below. The group of tigers and leopards who had both suffered injuries and both sides were surrounded and killed by a large number of purple wolves, and more than half of them died in the blink of an eye. The group of purple wolves were like hungry ghosts reincarnated, eating very quickly. Very quickly, Chen Xiang reaped another large number of beast spirits, but seeing that Zi Lang did not die, he felt that it was a pity. Make your move. Kill all of these violet wolves. Long Shui laughed. Do you need my help? Chen Xiang's expression suddenly became serious and said, No need, I can settle it myself. He closed his eyes and started to circulate the heavenly alchemy. Previously, he had used this exact move against H.E.L. Devil Troop, but now, he could do the same against this group of unsuspecting purple wolves. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole. Chen Xiang was ready for a moment, then smiled, only to see a gigantic gold light barrier suddenly appearing, enveloping all the purple wolves. Sensing that something was wrong, the group of violet wolves howled as they called for their wolf king, but to no avail. Within the barrier of light that enveloped them, an extremely high amount of heat suddenly appeared, causing the majority of the violet wolves to instantly dissipate into purple energy. Under Chen Xiang's heavenly alchemy, approximately 100,000 purple wolves were instantly smelted. Their soul and flesh were melted into energy and quickly melted into a purple pellet. The Wolf King is back. Long Shui shouted. The Wolf King is back. Long Shui shouted. Chen Xiang grabbed the purple pellet that had just been refined, and then quickly left through spatial travel. When the returning Wolf King saw that there were only a few purple wolves and leopards left on the battlefield, it became extremely furious. With a roar of rage, the remaining leopards and tigers quickly fled. What Chen Xiang did not know was that right after he left, the people who were chasing him had arrived. Only, this time, it was not Thunder Emperor but another team. Not long after Chen Xiang drove them away, they arrived at this place. The furious Wolf Emperor saw that there were humans here and thought it was them, so he started fighting. What a formidable Wolf Emperor! Chen Xiang was already far from that battlefield. This time, his harvest was very bountiful, much more than the last time when he obtained the beast spirit. After consuming the pellet and fusing it with his divine deity, he continued to search for the purple beast herd. Originally, he was going to sit down and refine it, but now that he was being chased everywhere, he had to frequently change his position to avoid the group that was chasing him. In the next few days, as Chen Xiang continuously changed positions and refined the beast spirit that he had devoured before, the strength of his spirit was becoming more and more obvious. However, in order to cultivate the Emperor soul, he still had a long way to go. At dawn, when he came to the side of a purple-colored lake, one of his communication jade symbol paper suddenly trembled. He took it out and took a look, and found that it was actually Chi-S. H.I. Plus who had sent the message. Brat, be careful. There is indeed something wrong with that old black. He is no longer the old black that I am familiar with. Where are you? When Chen Xiang heard this news, he held onto the communication jade symbol paper tightly. With a frown, he told Long Shui the news and where he was at. Chi Plus and Jiang Xing did not enter the Cold Wind Forest, because before they entered the Cold Wind Forest, they had conducted all sorts of tests on Old Black. Chen Xiang had waited for more than 2 hours, and Hi Plus and Hi Plus had already rushed over with their fastest speed. What's the problem with that Old Black? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. It's a very strange feeling. The body is still the same, and the soul is also the same. However, it's not the familiar Old Black that we're familiar with. Hi Plus sighed. There has been a huge change in personality, but in order to get close to us, he pretended to be familiar with the personality. Jiang Xing said. After being discovered, this fellow actually revealed a trace of anger. Luckily we have displayed some strength, or else he would have fought with us, so he ran away in the end. We guess that he might have come for you. Hi Plus nodded his head. Although he said he wants to go to the Cold Wind Forest, on the way there, he used all sorts of excuses to stay in the Purple Leaf Forest and hinted at us to go find you a few times. I think he wants to find an opportunity to sneak attack you. Is he the legendary primordial evil lion? I once discovered an evil power left behind by him. Chen Xiang took out a handful of soil and gave it to Hi Plus and Jiang Xing. When Hi Plus and Jiang Xing first saw the soil, they did not feel anything different. Black soil was very common, but when they held it in their hands and roasted it with fire, they could feel a very terrifying evil aura. Sure enough, Hi Plus sighed, looked at Chen Xiang and asked with a serious face, "This was really discovered from the footprints?" Chen Xiang nodded. Jiang Xing said, "It is indeed a very powerful evil aura. Great Lion, what do you know?" Hi Plus let out a long sigh. The Old Black we know might have been devoured already, even his soul and body might have been devoured. And the one who devoured Old Black could very well be the primordial evil lion. Therefore, that fellow has the memories of coming into contact with us. However, he is not Old Black, this Bastard. Jiang Xing was extremely furious. A friend of theirs had actually died like this. Hi Plus said seriously, "If it really is the primordial evil lion, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to deal with it. It would be best to call Master and the Vermilion Bird over, since his target is Chen Xiang, and I think it wouldn't be difficult for us to lure him out." "Neither of you can deal with him," Chen Xiang said in shock. "He is currently in a restrained state, so it will be difficult to find him. If he reveals his true face, it will be hard for me to harm him with my current strength. If it was me from back then, it would be even better." Hi Plus shook his head. "It seems that we need to find Master and the Vermilion Bird quickly." Long Xue's voice suddenly came from within the serene jade ring. "How powerful is this immemorial evil lion? It actually wants the big white cat and the fire bird to attack together. Little dragon, you didn't meet this guy back then, so you have no idea how powerful he is, not to mention that after all these years, he hasn't been sealed and doesn't need to experience rebirth. His strength will certainly be even more terrifying, and even if he doesn't have divine deity, his strength will be even more terrifying than an ordinary emperor-level cultivator." Hi Plus said. "Chen Xiang, you have to be careful, do not let him get near with his strength. The moment he gets close to you and attacks you, it will not be difficult to take you down." Hi Plus cautiously warned Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang looked around at the purple leaves and the purple lake, and said, "Let's go, we will go to Divine Fire Forest to search for the Vermilion Bird." Hi Plus and Jiang Xing nodded. Jiang Xing took out a boat with a cabin. Inside it was a hall and a few rooms. Although they were quite narrow, but on a magic treasure that could fly quickly, it could be considered pretty good. As soon as they entered the cold wind forest, the place was as cold as snow and as extremely cold as ice, and even more powerful than Di Tian's profound cold ancient realm. But the boat that Jiang Xing refined not only could resist the cold, it could also swiftly fly and defend against powerful attack. Long Shui came out of the serene jade ring and sat at a table next to the window in the hall. While looking at the bizarre purple scenery outside, she also ate the holy snow pear that Hi Plus had compensated her with. In order to let Jiang Xing know how to get to the Vermilion Bird's residence, Chen Xiang asked Dongfang Xinyue to come out. So it's you. Both he and Hi Plus knew Dongfang Xinyue. Back then, Chen Xiang had told Jiang Xing to look for the ice dragon race and instruct them in refining it. At that time, Dongfang Xinyue had also partook. 1p aided. Greetings, seniors. Dongfang Xinyue bowed to the two of them. Long Shui scoffed, there's no need to be so courteous to them. Warm Moon, if you let the Vermilion Bird know that you're being so courteous to them, the Vermilion Bird will definitely blame you. Jiang Xing laughed. That's right, little miss, in front of the Vermilion Bird, you must not be courteous to us, or else that fellow will definitely say something about you. Don't worry, we don't care, we won't blame you. I want to know how Master is doing right now. Did he get beaten up by the Vermilion Bird? But then again, did the Vermilion Bird and the Black Tortoise have that kind of relations? Hi plus P back then? Why did the Profoundwood Diamond Armor you refined have that ambiguous relations? Hi plus P? Does the Vermilion Bird know about this? Yes. Hi plus laughed sinisterly. She doesn't know. You guys must not speak of this, otherwise she will beat me to death. Jiang Xing warned everyone with a serious face. Dongfang Xinyue was more familiar with the cold wind forest. She had visited the Vermilion Bird a few times before and was able to tell everyone in detail about the situation here. Dongfang Xinyue was more familiar with the cold wind forest. She had visited the Vermilion Bird a few times before and was able to tell everyone in detail about the situation here. The holy beasts in this cold wind forest aren't as numerous as the ones outside. All the holy beasts here prefer to travel alone, so the scarier ones are the profound Han poison S. Even the Vermilion Bird ancestor would have to take a detour if she met any powerful profound cold poisonous beast, fearing that she would clash with them. Dongfang Xinyue said, "The moment we enter the cold wind forest, it means that we will be in danger at any time, so we are currently in danger." Jiang Xing said, "If even the Vermilion Bird is afraid of the profound frost poisonous beast, then we definitely cannot handle it. At that time, we can only see if this kid with impenetrable can handle it or not." Hi plus laughed. "Even if we can't deal with him, he can take us and run, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Dongfang Xinyue shook his head. "Cold wind forest is the second barrier, it's not that simple. If you're not familiar with this place, it would be difficult to find the powerful poisonous beast hiding here. Sometimes, even if you stand on his back, it would be difficult for you to find out that he is actually a profound frost poisonous beast. Once the profound frost poisonous beast attacks, it will become an extremely powerful profound Han poison, and if you are unable to withstand it, you will be poisoned." Chen Xiang said, "Is the profound cold poisonous beast really that good at hiding?" Dongfang Xinyue nodded his head. "Right, it's hard to discover. Even if you saw it with your own eyes and probed deeper, it would be hard to discover that it's actually the profound frost poisonous beast. When I came here with the Vermilion Bird Grandmaster earlier, I was attacked by a profound frost poisonous beast." Hi plus scratched his chin. "Is it really that demonic? Cold wind forest and purple leaf forest are the same as each other, they both develop a special kind of energy. You should have already seen the special purple energy of the purple leaf forest, but the cold wind forest is a special kind of cold energy, as well as a large number of profound Han poison. Most of the holy beasts born here all possess profound Han poison. Chen Xiang creased his eyebrows and said somewhat fearfully, "It can even freeze S.P. A.C. Looks like this second barrier isn't as simple as I thought. We have to be a bit more careful." Chi S.Hi plus knocked on the wall and asked, "Old Jiang, aside from being able to withstand the cold, can your broken boat be able to defend against the poison?" Jiang Xing said, "It should be possible. The profound Han poison is mainly a type of cold qi. It is mainly using the cold qi to quickly infiltrate the body and poison it. As long as people feel cold, it means that they will be poisoned, and now we are already inside the cold wind forest. Do you guys feel cold?" No one felt cold, and they were immediately relieved. Jiang Xing was a divine craftsman after all. He had never died before, so he did not need to be reborn. Although he had always been protecting Chi S.Hi plus S corpse, this did not mean that his strength had not increased. Long Shui did not really care as she rarely took action. She would be the first one to enter Chen Xiang's ring when the situation arose, so if Chen Xiang needed her power, she would lend it to him. Right now, she was leisurely eating her holy snow pear and watching the beautiful snowy scenery outside the window. The cold wind blew in the snow and ice. There were trees here too, but not many of them. They were all trees that were separated by a great distance, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead, as they were covered in layers of ice. "Look, that rock moved! Look, that rock moved!" Dragon Blood, who had been staring out of the window, suddenly shouted. Jiang Xing hurriedly stopped the boat, and then everyone went over to the window and looked at the stone that Long Shui pointed to. The rock was as big as a bed, and it laid quietly on the ice. It did not move like Long Shui had said, and looking at the traces on the rock, it did not seem to move at all. "Did you see it wrong?" Chi S.Hi plus asked. He had already used his divine power to check and found out that it was a normal stone that was only sealed in ice. Chen Xiang and Jiang Xing also thought that Long Shui was wrong, because they had already checked the rock before and didn't find anything wrong with it. "I'm not wrong, that rock really moved a little just now. If you don't believe me, you should go over and take a look. It might be the powerful profound frost-poisonous beast that Warm Moon spoke of." Long Shui was very determined that he wasn't mistaken. Dongfang Xinyue frowned. "It's best to be careful. How about we go over and take a look? If the stone is moving, we won't even be able to notice it, and if we find a chance to sneak attack it, the consequences will be unthinkable." "I'll go out and take a look," Chen Xiang said. To be safe, Chi S.Hi plus and Jiang Xing suggested that Dongfang Xinyue enter Chen Xiang's ring. After Dongfang Xinyue and Long Shui entered the ring, Chen Xiang left the boat and flew to the stone that Long Shui had questioned. Arriving beside the stone, Chen Xiang used his leg to kick it hard, causing the stone to shatter. Chi S.Hi plus laughed. "I knew that the longan flower is just a normal rock." Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to return to the boat, he saw a ray of white light shooting towards the boat. With a hong sound, the small boat was sent flying by the powerful energy contained inside the white light. It broke apart a huge tree. The small boat had already transformed. Chi S.Hi plus and Jiang Xing came out from the boat, their expressions extremely ugly. Although the small boat could withstand the cold and the high temperature, it could not withstand such a strong attack. What was even more terrifying was that there was a profound Han poison inside the attack. In the instant that they felt the cold, Jiang Xing and Chi S.Hi plus were already poisoned, but they reacted quickly, and quickly circulated the divine power in their bodies to counter the profound Han poison. The white light shot over again. Chen Xiang anxiously dodged it, taking out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. He brandished his blade and opened it. If not, Jiang Xing and Chi S.Hi plus would be poisoned again. "Are you guys okay?" Chen Xiang asked, holding onto the green dragon demon-slain broadsword tightly. He activated Heaven Tour method and flew towards the direction of the white light, looking for the mysterious cold poisonous beast. It's fine, he won't die. You have to be careful, this guy who ambushed us is very powerful. The power he just unleashed was a very powerful delay force, and his strength is not any weaker than mine. Chi plus warned Chen Xiang repeatedly. In the face of this kind of low-handed attack that was inherently powerful and knew how to use super-old poison, Chi plus and Jiang Xing could only let Chen Xiang go because they did not possess the physique of impenetrable. Leave it to me, you guys hide. Chen Xiang yelled in front of him, I've found you. He moved in a flash and arrived at a big tree in front of him. He swung his sword and released countless shadows of his blade. The big tree was broken into pieces. In the instant he chopped down, a white shadow flew out and actually dodged it. Chen Xiang now understood Dongfang Xinyue's worry. The poisonous beast in the cold wind forest were indeed very terrifying. They had extremely powerful concealment techniques, their bodies were strong, and they controlled powerful super-old poison like the profound Han poison. Chen Xiang followed closely behind the white shadow, used his spatial energy to travel in front, and fiercely slashed with his blade to stop the white shadow. It was a young man with delicate features, but his lips were white, a pair of GLA.S.SES emitted a white cold aura, and his long fingers exuded a deep cold aura. His fingernails were extremely sharp, like sharp daggers. Chen Xiang followed closely behind the white shadow, used his spatial energy to travel in front, and fiercely slashed with his blade to stop the white shadow. It was a young man with delicate features, but his lips were white, a pair of GLA.S.SES emitted a white cold aura, and his long fingers exuded a deep cold aura. His fingernails were extremely sharp, like sharp daggers. You're courting death. The young man sneered and a streak of white light spat out of his mouth. When it hit Chen Xiang's chest, it exploded into an extremely terrifying gust of cold air, causing Chen Xiang to retreat continuously in the air. Just as Chen Xiang stopped, he saw another white light flying towards him. This time, it was towards his head. This white light that carried a deep cold aura was formed from an ice arrow. When it hit a person's body, it would instantly dodge, spitting out the venom of a profound Han poison, and quickly infiltrate their body. Previously, when he was too close to the young man, Chen Xiang was unable to dodge, but this time, he could clearly see what was inside the white light. The ice arrow shattered when it hit the ice mountain, causing the shattered ice to melt and turn into a cold mist that surrounded Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang never thought that the profound Han poison contained within this small ice arrow would be so terrifying. The cold mist that was released immediately covered his eyes, but he could clearly feel that right now, there were tens of these ice arrows piercing towards him. With a single glance, he knew that the other party was a ruthless character, and had attacked so crazily from the very beginning. If they were dealing with an ordinary saint, they might have already killed several of them. Just the dense profound Han poison in that cold mist was enough to give a group of Saint Realm experts a headache. The way the young man used the profound Han poison was very clever. It matched well with the powerful divine power, detoxifying the enemy while breaking through their defenses. If the young man was ambushed, as long as he could not defend against the profound Han poison, he would most likely be poisoned. Chen Xiang hurriedly hid himself in the tyrannical SPAC and then appeared from within. After stepping out, he sprinkled out a cloud of powder, which was the poison powder made from the combination of the magical corruption gas and the drunk God powder. As expected of the three divine deities, it's indeed hard to deal with. Your poison fighting abilities are not bad, the magical corruption gas and the high-grade magical corruption gas you used just now are all high-grade, but they have no effect on me. I am a person who uses poison, and am able to suppress most of the strange poisons. In the end, the youth did not attack, but instead stop. Chen Xiang's cultivation was lower than him, but to be able to withstand his attack was admirable, and he couldn't help but praise him. He expected you to poison him, so he prepared in advance. It looks like this guy has been training to resist poison, Long Shui said. Chen Xiang never thought that the experts in the cold wind forest would actually chase after him. The power of the Hel Devil Emperor to win over people's hearts was too terrifying. The three divine deities are mine now. After the man said that, Chen Xiang suddenly felt his body becoming stiff. The temperature of his entire body dropped a lot. This is the profound frost divine seal. The young man saw Chen Xiang struggling and sneered. Your strength is only this much. Your strength should be because of the magical corruption gas you used and the drunk G.O.D. magical poison you used. Countless ice arrows suddenly appeared in the surroundings and quickly flew over. In that instant, Chen Xiang let out a loud roar, and his body erupted with the power of the dragon G.O.D. This was Long Shui's power, and it suddenly flowed into his body, allowing him to struggle free from your profound frost divine barrier. Break! Chen Xiang's body shook. His berserk divine power was released from his heaven-earth killing method, transforming into the terrifying vibrating power within. Boom! 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 The profound frost divine seal had been broken, and the ice arrows that were flying over had been shattered as well, turning into bursts of cold mist. Although there were extremely terrifying profound Han poison-s within the cold mist, it was useless against Chen Xiang. The young man's heart trembled. He never thought that the few moves that he was most proficient in would actually be broken by Chen Xiang. At this moment, he realized that the three divine deities were not that good, so he anxiously retreated. Seeing that he was going to run, Chen Xiang suddenly flashed and chased after the man. A white fan suddenly appeared in his hand. It seemed to be made from the snow-white and beautiful peak. OCK feathers. It was extremely beautiful. Previously, although he was just casually saying that he wanted to use Kong Bailing's feathers to make a fan, but Kong Bailing wanted to give him a gift, so when she was bored, she used her own feathers to make a fan. Now, she gave the fan to Chen Xiang, letting him see if he could take care of this young man. Chen Xiang's ability to escape was very strong, and his ability to chase was as good as his. That young man couldn't get rid of Chen Xiang no matter how hard he tried, and he was even brought very close to Chen Xiang. If you want to kill me in exchange for divine deity, you must prepare to pay the price of your life. Chen Xiang sneered. He waved the white feather fan and waved it a few times, releasing a burst of white mist that covered the young man's body. Not long after Chen Xiang made his move, the other party stopped and fell from the sky. The inside of his body had already started to petrify. Chen Xiang landed on the ground, looked at the young man, and laughed. You are indeed powerful, but you actually met me. This is a strange petrification poison. How did you get this? Within the super old poison, this kind of strange poison is the rarest. I've been looking for it, but I didn't expect to meet it in such a way. After the man finished speaking, his body had already turned into a stone. Chen Xiang used the devouring magic kung fu on him, swallowing the divine soul inside, and placing it inside the divine deity. He looked at the white feathered fan in his hand and smiled. Little Peak. OCK, your white feathered fan is quite powerful. Why did you kill that fellow so quickly? This fan is useless. The poison inside was completely released by you just now. Soon, the feathers will turn into dust. Kong Bailing giggled. I didn't expect it to be of use to you just now, and to even defeat such a powerful guy. Chen Xiang knew that these feathers were all Kong Bailing's best feathers. Although Kong Bailing said that it was fine, but Chen Xiang felt that if he pulled too much of them out, it would still have a huge impact on her. He had already decided that he would do his best to use petrification poison in the future. When Jiang Xing and Qi S. Hi+ walked out, their faces were slightly pale. It seemed that they had not completely exorcised the profound Han poison yet. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Jiang Xing fiercely stomped his foot on the stone statue, shattering it into pieces. Eternal life. Where did you get this poison from? You little monster, it's really too dangerous. Chi plus looked at Chen Xiang with a terrified expression. Hee, I got it by chance. Eat this, it can help you quickly expel the poison, Chen Xiang said as he gave Hi plus and Jiang Xing separate bottles. The small bottle was filled with pearl tears, and there were only a few drops in each bottle. After Hi plus and Jiang Xing drank it up, they praised their drinking, and the profound Han poison inside their bodies were expelled extremely quickly, and they quickly recovered. The small bottle was filled with pearl tears, and there were only a few drops in each bottle. After Hi plus and Jiang Xing drank it up, they praised their drinking, and the profound Han poison inside their bodies were expelled extremely quickly, and they quickly recovered. Not only do you possess a powerful poison, you're even capable of expelling poison. Exactly where did you get all these things from? Jiang Xing was extremely curious. Chen Xiang laughed. If you search the boat that you were on earlier, I will tell you. Jiang Xing curled his lips, pointed to the boat that was blown away and said, You saw it too, this kind of broken stuff is useless. Because that thing isn't the best yet. I know that you must have even better ones hidden inside. Hurry and take them out. Hi plus patted Jiang Xing's shoulder and laughed. Quickly take it out. You are a divine craftsman, an existence that can refine divine weapons. The broken pieces just now were definitely just things that you used to practice with. You definitely have better things. As expected, Jiang Xing took out an even better iron Hi plus P. It looked like a jet black iron Hi plus P. It was extremely STURDY and was slightly bigger than the previous one. Don't even think about asking me for it. This is something that I spent many years of my life to create. I won't give it to anyone. When Jiang Xing saw Chen Xiang and Hi plus staring at this boat with their fiery hot eyes, he quickly explained himself. If not, Chen Xiang and Hi plus would pester him to death in the future. Although he was worried that Chen Xiang and Hi plus would ask for it, Jiang Xing still demonstrated the power of the boat. Under his secret control, the originally pitch-black boat suddenly became transparent. So powerful, I actually can't sense it anymore. Chen Xiang exclaimed. What exactly is the material used to refine it? SPAC black iron. When Dongfang Xinyue's voice appeared in Chen Xiang's mind, she was also shocked by the boat's special properties. Jiang Xing chuckled. This was refined using ASPAC black iron. It is well used, it can produce a special type of spatial energy, it can be isolated from other SPACs, and it has the effect of isolating auras. Adding a few materials that can become invisible, it will be able to perfectly hide away. Hi plus snorted and jumped on the boat. If you have this good stuff, why didn't you take it out earlier? Jiang Xing curled his lips and said, Who knew that the things in this Ned place are so powerful? Do you think I'm trying to be attacked by profound Han poison too? The interior hull of the boat was much larger than before, and there were a few more rooms. There were also baths inside, which made Chen Xiang envious, as he also wanted to take one. Long Shui and Dongfang Xinyue came out of the Yinyao ring and visited Jiang Xing's holy Hi plus P. Dongfang Xinyue looked at it very carefully, because she also wanted to build Hi plus P like this one in the future, and Long Shui was only thinking of how to get it from Jiang Xing's hands. The power of the Hi plus P was either holy stone or a holy beast's power. It required a lot of energy, but it was not a problem for Jiang Xing. In the hall inside the sacred Hi+P, Long Shui smiled at Jiang Xing and said, "This Hi+P is good, it's just a little small." Seeing Long Shui's expression, Jiang Xing knew that Long Shui really wanted it. "It doesn't matter. If it's just me alone, then it's enough. Even if there's a few more people, it's still very size." Jiang Xing said, "Don't be envious that I have this boat, you should be envious of Chen Xiang for his powerful spatial energy. This boat of mine is meant for long distances. He has spatial energy, there is no need for it." Long Shui said, "Who said it? With his ability to travel through space, he is not suitable for going to unfamiliar places. If it's only convenient to use these two familiar places, then like now, he cannot just randomly enter Divine Fire Forest. So what? It's still better than mine." Jiang Xing laughed. "This Hi+P is too small and does not suit you. If you want, you can just craft a new Hi+P from scratch. Warm Moon's talent is not bad, and Lu Meng'er is very powerful too. As long as I give them some pointers and give them some blueprints, it won't be difficult for them to create one." Long Shui muttered, "I want it already." Chen Xiang asked, "Where are we going to get this space black iron?" Jiang Xing immediately became serious. "The most precious thing about this Hi+P is the body of the Hi+P that was forged by the space black iron. Although there are other materials added inside, this space black iron will take up 7 levels. If these space black iron were not so rare, I would have given each of you one long time ago. This thing is really hard to get. I almost went bankrupt in the past and got a tiny bit, barely enough to refine this Hi+P, Long Shui asked. Then where will there be space black iron? Back then, she also knew that Jiang Xing was everywhere to exchange for materials, and she was even looking for her, but she did not have that ability, so she wanted to ask Jiang Xing if it was impossible now, since this boat was extremely precious to him. "I don't know either, but this kind of thing is just like other rare heavenly treasures, it can be purchased at any place, and it'll have to depend on luck. If you have many holy stone, you can also purchase it from various heaven regions or 9 heaven world." Jiang Xing took out a small piece of black stone. "This is the space black iron, there's around half a kilogram of it." Dongfang Xinyu sighed. "If we want to refine a boat, it definitely needs a lot of resources. This space black iron is so rare, even if we used a lot of holy stone to buy it, it would be difficult to buy it." She had already planned to buy some holy golden stones. Even if Chen Xiang used up all the holy stone, he wouldn't be able to buy much, let alone these space black iron. Chen Xiang thought for a moment, then said, "This space black iron should not be able to grow in such a stable space. Could it be growing in a tyrannical space? Long Shui's eyes lit up as he smiled. "It's very possible that although the tyrannical space is extremely chaotic, it's still the place where the power of space is nurtured. Only in that place can this genius and treasure related to the power of space be nurtured." Hi+ said in surprise, "Chen Xiang, you can enter the tyrannical space, but you won't get lost inside." After Jiang Xing heard it, he wanted to be beaten to a pulp. "Is it really okay? Quickly go in and take a look. There are at most these kinds of space black iron. I originally planned to go in and find them, but I was worried that I would get lost inside, so I didn't go in." Long Shui laughed. This kid is extremely familiar with the laws of space. Of course this isn't a problem. He often hides in tyrannical spaces. Then quickly go and take a look. If there are enough SPAC black iron, you might be able to get rid of the HEL Devil Emperor's tracing mantra. Jiang Sheng urged. He really wanted to get more of these strange refining materials. Hearing that it could let him get rid of the HEL Devil Emperor, Chen Xiang became even more motivated. Although the tracing mantra would not cause him any fatal damage, it still made him extremely troubled. Long Shui and Dongfang Xinyue were really looking forward to see if Chen Xiang could find those SPC black iron in the tyrannical SPC. Long Shui and Dongfang Xinyue were really looking forward to see if Chen Xiang could find those SPAC black iron in the tyrannical SPAC. Chen Xiang left the boat and went outside. Looking at the place the boat stopped at, he memorized the location, then used his spatial energy to open a path to enter the tyrannical SPAC. Especially for those attacks formed by the powers of SPAC, if one was not careful and was hit by the SPAC shock waves, then every part of his body would be scattered to other places, but not kill anyone. Because Chen Xiang possessed the spatial rule spiritual bead, he had already mastered the spatial laws, so he wouldn't be affected much if anyone else were to enter this place. Even if they didn't go crazy from the oppressive spatial energy, they would still go crazy from the chaos in this place. Sometimes, if one walked ahead for a long time, they would still be at the same place. But if one walked to the right, they would be able to move their position a little, and the direction would be extremely chaotic, changing every second of the time. Even Jiang Sheng did not dare to casually enter this kind of place. If you stay here too long, is there really no problem? Long Shui asked. She had only used the Heaven Tour method to check, and the spirits she had released all disappeared without a trace. In the past, Chen Xiang had only been here for a short period of time, but now that he had come here to search for something, she couldn't help but be worried. It's fine. Chen Xiang looked around at the pitch-black place, channeled his spirit energy, allowed himself to float in the air, and began to search for SPAC black iron S. It was very dark inside, there was not even a little bit of red light, and Chen Xiang did not find any other solid object inside. It was as if there was nothing in this tyrannical SPAC. It feels so scary. Long Shui muttered. If you can't find it, then forget it. I'm worried that you won't be able to return after staying here for a long time. It's fine. I have a subtle connection with the stable dimension outside. I can use that feeling to open a way back anytime. Chen Xiang increased his speed. Relying on the spatial laws that he mastered, he was able to move forward normally and search for this pitch-black tyrannical SPAC. It seemed as if he didn't receive any effects. In fact, there would often be chaotic spatial transformations here. It was just that because he grasped the SPAC laws, he wasn't affected much. Something is coming. Chen Xiang suddenly had a very strange feeling. He then sensed that there were a lot of solid beings quickly ing towards him. It's SPAC wind explosion. Chen Xiang was shocked. He anxiously prepared himself to defend. Very quickly, he felt many things. Ting the spatial barrier that he had released. What's going on? Long Shui asked. The storm that suddenly appeared blew over many things, and they all hit me. Chen Xiang said, It seems that most of them are stones. Long Shui anxiously shouted, Hurry and bring those stones inside, maybe they are SPAC black iron S. Chen Xiang released his powerful divine power and found a relatively large stone, then used his strength to place it into the serene jade ring. Dongfang Xinyue and Long Shui immediately became busy with work, while Pearl and Kong Bailing helped out from the side. TL. The rock Chen Xiang got into the ring on was just too big, like a small mountain. Very quickly, Dongfang Xinyue shouted in surprise. There are S.P. A.C. black iron inside, it's just some powder, and it needs to be refined. There's a lot of these outside. Really, there are many of these stones, they are just like trash being blown all over the place by the S.P.A.C. wind. Chen Xiang was overjoyed, and then, he chose a few huge stones to put into the ring. Fortunately, the ring could hold many things inside, and he could place so many stones inside. Perhaps 100,000 kilograms of these stones can only produce 1 kilogram of S.P.A.C. black iron. That's why you have to get more of these stones. Dongfang Xinyue said. I can only refine this tiny bit. Chen Xiang was a little surprised, then took out many storage magic treasures, and began to sweep through the huge stones inside the S.P.A.C. wind burst. Long Shui said, these stones should have all fallen from the stable dimensional S.P.A.C. and deposited here for many years, before gradually containing the energy of S.P.A.C. And after continuously colliding with each other and refining naturally, they eventually formed a small piece of S.P.A.C. black iron, which is extremely likely to fall from some spatial crack into the stable dimensional S.P.A.C. That's why S.P.A.C. black iron are so rare. Mn, it's already quite impressive for old Jiang to be able to gather so many. To be able to drop a naturally refined S.P.A.C. black iron from there is indeed not an easy feat, Chen Xiang said. It was extremely difficult to refine a large-scale storage magic treasure that could hold humans, but there were a lot of them that could be used to access stones. This was how Chen Xiang brought 1 billion caddies of holy stone with him, so it was not difficult for him to take away a lot of rocks from here. In order to quickly obtain these stones, Chen Xiang even wanted the small ones, as he crazily swept them. The duration of the S.P.A.C. windstorm wasn't very long, it was only about 4 hours, but he had already gotten his hands on a lot of stones. According to Dongfang Xinyue's estimations, it should be enough to make a huge boat. This S.P.A.C. wind should exist often. If it's not enough, just one more time and it'll be fine. Long Shui laughed. I do have S.P.A.C. wind berserk, but I have to go to the right place. I was lucky enough to meet it, if I was unlucky I would not even be able to find it for 2 or 3 years. Chen Xiang left the tyrannical S.P.A.C. and returned near Jiang Sheng's boat. Seeing that Chen Xiang returned so quickly, Jiang Sheng was a little disappointed. He thought that it would only be possible if he returned a little later. Inside the boat, Chen Xiang was all smiles. He anxiously asked, You found those S.P.A.C. black iron? Long Shui came out of the serene green dragon ring and threw Jiang Sheng a stone the size of a watermelon. Maybe this is it. Once Jiang Sheng held it in hand, he anxiously used his divine power to scan it once and immediately nodded his head. There are S.P.A.C. black iron inside, but they are very small in quant. 1. Tai and need to be refined, but it's enough, whether there are a lot of these stones inside or not. Chen Xiang nodded his head. There are indeed quite a few, but you can find them by chance, but you can't ask for them. He told the matter of the S.P.A.C. wind rampage to Jiang Sheng and Chi S.Hi+. Old Jiang, do you want to buy some S.P.A.C. black iron? Long Shui laughed. I can let this little scoundrel give you a discount. Jiang Sheng let out a long sigh. If I had met Chen Xiang earlier, I wouldn't have had to work so hard back then. Chi S.Hi+ laughed. Chen Xiang, if you want to avoid the H.E.L. Devil Emperor's tracing mantra, you can enter that tyrannical S.P.A.C. Even if he knows you're inside, those people will not be able to chase after you. Although I'm not affected inside, I have to stay in a very alert state. If I stay inside for too long, I won't be used to it either, so I can only temporarily hide and not stay for too long. Chen Xiang shook his head. He was going to let him stay inside for 2 or 3 years, and be constantly on guard against all sorts of sudden situations. I better hurry up and refine something so that I can avoid the tracing mantra. Chen Xiang said. Wait until we reach the divine fire forest. The vermilion bird can provide me with a good environment. I'll help you refine it, but you have to give me some SPAC black iron as compensation. Jiang Xing laughed. Using the flames in the divine fire forest to refine it might be faster. Going to divine fire forest was not easy, and after going there, they would need to extract a large amount of SPAC black iron S from a large amount of rocks, and it would take some time to refine them. Going to divine fire forest was not easy, and after going there, they would need to extract a large amount of SPAC black iron S from a large amount of rocks, and it would take some time to refine them. We'll talk about it when we get to divine fire forest. Chen Xiang stood outside the window and looked at the beautiful snowy scenery outside. It's snowing in Cold Wind Forest, the wind is a lot lighter. Old Jiang, can this boat of yours help me get rid of the HEL Devil Emperor's tracing mantra? If we can't, then it will be very troublesome for us along the way. The experts in the Cold Wind Forest have already found out about the 3 divine deity rewards. I'm afraid there will be even more powerful beings joining us next. Jiang Xing shook his head. No, if it was possible, I would have used it long ago. If there were enough SPAC black iron S inside, I could transform them into a strong spatial energy by absorbing the Holy Spirit's power from within the Holy Stone, and it would produce a strong spatial isolation force, with the effect of being separated from the outside SPAC. The tracing mantra will not be able to trace you back. Long Shui asked, Little scoundrel, the spatial energy that you have grasped right now isn't enough to isolate you from this SPAC. This way, you won't have to worry about the tracing mantra. Chen Xiang shook his head. I tried a few times, but none of them worked unless I entered into a tyrannical SPAC. It seems that I have not mastered the spatial laws to a sufficient degree, and still need to unearth some power. Chen Xiang, I brought out this boat. It's about time you tell me how you got here. Jiang Xing was very curious about this matter. Hi Plus said, Stone element poison is one of the rarest poisons, and the number of times it has appeared is very few. Even now, no one knows how this poison was produced. Oh right, there's also the antidote. It doesn't seem to be extracted from plants. What exactly is it? Long Shui laughed. I can tell you the answer. Little Pearl, Little Peak. OCK, come out. Pearl and Kong Bailing immediately came out of the Serenity Ring, and in an instant, another 2 beauties of varying sizes appeared in the hall. The Pearl was relatively small in size, and a beautiful smile hung on her face. The purple dress she wore made her look even more beautiful. Kong Bailing, who was afraid of living, was a little restrained, but she still politely revealed a sweet smile. Her head was covered with white feathers, giving her a unique and proud kind of beauty. The 2 of them, along with Long Shui and Dongfang Xinyue, these 4 beauties stood by Chen Xiang's side, causing both Hi Plus and Jiang Xing to secretly despise him. This is the Little Peak. OCK, the feathers on her body can produce the poison of heaven and earth. This is the Little Pearl. Her pearl tears have a very good detoxifying effect. As their strength increases, they will become even more powerful in the future. They are my people, so don't try to harm them. Long Shui looked at Hi Plus and Jiang Xing with a threatening gaze. They had heard of the famous names of the 10 heavens, Supreme Lord and Divine Craftsman. Back then, they had stirred up a storm in the 9 heavens, and even some of their legends were spread around in these endless heaven realm. The strange fossil poison actually came from a living creature's body. With his and Hi Plus's eyesight, how could they not see Pearl and Kong Bailing's true body? This little pearl has been growing for at least 100,000 years. It seems like it's not small at all. Pearls of this level are very rare. Chi plus sized up the pearl for a moment, then looked at Kong Bailing again, the white peak. Oh, see. K's feathers are filled with the rarest, strange fossil poison from super old poison S. Long Shui saw the curious look in Chi plus in Jiang Xing's eyes and laughed. Don't scare me like that. Is there anything else you want to ask? Can't we just sit outside? Wouldn't it be boring to hide inside the storage magic treasure? Hi plus asked. Of course not, it's fun inside. As long as there was food to eat, Long Shui would not feel bored at all. The reason she could stay inside for so long was because there were a lot of delicious things to eat. Jiang Xing just wanted to say a few words when he suddenly frowned. There are so many birds outside, to be able to fly in this kind of cold place, they are definitely not ordinary birds. Everyone immediately looked out of the window and saw a large number of white birds flying in the sky. These birds were not dense. Only the figures of these birds could be seen from all directions. They are looking for something. Someone should be leading them. Can you bring one in? I can figure out what they are looking for, Kong Bailing said. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xing ran out. In a few blinks of an eye, he returned with a few of these white birds. Kong Bailing carefully held the bird in his hands, caressed it a few times, and then closed his eyes. In their minds, they have the images of the elder brother Shun. This is here to find the elder brother Shun. Kong Bailing frowned. These birds should all be spirit birds with a spirit surname. They should have a lot of memories. Can you tell us more about things like who controlled them? Hi plus asked. Kong Bailing nodded. I'll try. After a while, Kong Bailing opened her eyes and used the power of the Holy Spirit to draw an image out of thin air. This guy is Eagle Emperor. Long Shui pointed to a man in black robes. I don't recognize the other two. Kong Bailing pointed to the white-robed man beside the Eagle Emperor. The bird said that this is a guy who's as powerful as the Eagle Emperor, and he's also very famous in this place. His name is Evil Emperor Xianhan, and he's an extremely powerful strong of Lord Stage who uses profound Han poison. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. This time, we must get rid of this Eagle Emperor. He had previously teamed up with other strong of Lord Stage S, and is probably being abandoned now. Long Shui looked at Jiang Xing and Hi+. Can the two of you fight? If we have enough pearl tears, I believe that we should not have any problems. Merely, I do not wish to fight them face to face. After all, they all use a lot of poison. Jiang Xing said. Hi+ looked relaxed and laughed. Old Jiang, this Hi+P is not bad, at least they do not know Chen Xiang's exact location. In that case, it would be more convenient for us to ambush them. Long Shui said. Alright then, wait a moment, I'll see if I can make a move in secret. Dongfang Xinyue, Pearl and Kong Bailing were not strong enough, they could only enter the ring. I'll go out and attract their attention. You guys can take this opportunity to attack. Chen Xiang left the cabin and went inside his Yuyao ring, waiting for the right time to make a move. The moment Chen Xiang came out, the Eagle Emperoress, the Profound Frost Evil Emperoress, and the Black Poison Python Emperor all rushed over. The aura Chen Xiang revealed was very obvious, it was difficult to not discover him. The moment Chen Xiang came out, the Eagle Emperoress, the Profound Frost Evil Emperoress, and the Black Poison Python Emperor all rushed over. The aura Chen Xiang revealed was very obvious, it was difficult to not discover him. Chen Xiang, have you thought it through and come out to die? Eagle Emperor laughed sinisterly. If you hand over the Azure Dragon Sword, I might be able to let you die a little faster. As he was speaking, Chen Xiang had already sensed two formless cold qi attacking him, which instantly pierced through his body, causing his entire body to turn cold. These were extremely powerful profound Han poison. The Black Frost Evil Emperor and the Black Poison Python Emperor were indeed very strong, and they did not make a sound when using the poison. If he did not possess the devil-suppressing golden body, he would have been poisoned to death a long time ago. The sky was covered with thick clouds, and a light snow was falling. Although the cold wind blew gently, it was extremely cutting, and the towering trees in the surroundings were covered in a thick layer of ice. The white birds stood on top of the ice, chirping non-stop, looking down at the monster emperors whose killing intent was colder than the cold wind. Chen Xiang stood there without moving, and looked at the profound Frost Evil Emperor and the Poison Python Emperor with a smile. He used a smile to tell them that such a powerful profound Han poison had no effect on him. Green Hawk, where's your fox friend? I think he's more useful than these two guys. Chen Xiang smiled and said, "Oh right, you should be with the Super Holy School S of Super Holy School. Why didn't he bring you to capture me?" Eagle Emperor's face immediately turned green. His strength was limited, he had not PAS said Super Holy School's test before, and his concealment technique was not in place, so he was kicked out. This made him very angry. Fortunately he found two good partners here. Is it useless? Then let's do it. When Eagle Emperor spoke, he had already thrust it out hundreds of times towards Chen Xiang. When he stabbed the sword, it was extremely light, and did not cause too much fluctuation. Black Frost Seal. The profound Frost Evil Emperor bellowed, the temperature suddenly went cold, the SPAC immediately became extremely STURDY. Chen Xiang tried, but was unable to teleport. Previously, Dongfang Xinyue had said that the strong warriors in the Cold Wind Forest would only know how to use cold energy to seal SPAC. Be careful, there is a white dragon following him. What I told you before, do not be careless. Eagle Emperor shouted. He did not dare approach Chen Xiang, although his cultivation was much higher than Chen Xiang. The SPAC is already sealed. We can deal with him slowly. The Black Poison Python Emperor said coldly, attack from afar. The three of them surrounded Chen Xiang, and in the blink of an eye, they released all kinds of attacks that covered the sky. Eagle Emperor used a type of sharp black feather to attack Chen Xiang, and rained down on him. The Evil Emperor used a very strong type of frost poison needle. Tens of thousands of them, its penetrating power was extremely strong, and the Black Poison Python Emperor's attack was extremely disgusting. 10,000 dragons slaughtering the heavens. While defending against the attack, Chen Xiang released one of the strongest heavenly dragon seal, the myriad dragons slaughtering the heavens. The moment the roar of the 10,000 dragons came out, just the sound wave alone was enough to put an enormous pressure on everyone. The shock wave that was created was like a web that split the ground, causing the shattered ice to shatter, and along with the wind brought by the sound wave, it blew in all directions, forming a terrifying blizzard. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of 100 miles, and all the trees and short mountains that the storm PAS said through were flattened. This was just the prelude to 10,000 dragons slaughter the heavens. When Chen Xiang, who possessed divine deity, used it, it displayed boundless power. It was extremely frightening. Roar, roar, roar. The myriad dragon chi roared and shook continuously. As Chen Xiang released his divine sense seize power, the golden clouds in the sky became denser and denser, rolling and surging forward, glowing with multicolored light. Take this. Chen Xiang spread open his arms and roared explosively. In an instant, tens of thousands of dragons roared with all their might, as if they were going to destroy heaven and earth, and crazily rained down from the sky. When the 10,000 dragons descended, the spatial seal that was sealing Chen Xiang became extremely weak. When the three Eagle Emperors were enraged, they had already been engulfed by the tornado, and now, 10,000 dragons descended. In order to prevent themselves from getting injured, all of them resisted. Let's go. Long Xue's Dragon God power suddenly rushed into Chen Xiang's divine sense C and merged with his divine power in an instant. Chen Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and yet another world-shaking dragon roar exploded outwards. Lightning cut. Chen Xiang used all of his strength to strike the most violent lightning strike within the dragon, slaying 7 slaughtering slash. This was the first time he was using the 7 slaughtering slash since he had entered the sacred realm. It was a blur within the snowstorm, but Chen Xiang knew where the black poison python emperor was, and he teleported behind it to slash at it with lightning strike. With a thunderous rumble, the entire ground seemed as if it would tear apart at any moment. Ah! In the midst of its panic, the black poison python emperor was struck by Chen Xiang's lightning strike, causing its body to split apart. Worse, Chen Xiang had even quickly scattered some P.O.C. K powder on his wound, instantly petrifying it. The snowstorm stopped, and Chen Xiang stood beside a small, painful-looking old man's stone sculpture. Beside the stone sculpture, more than half of his body was dripping with blood, and the arm around his body was still wiggling. Within this spatial seal, there was still the Eagle Emperor and the Profound Frost Evil Emperor. However, they were currently standing there with fear written all over their faces, because there was someone at their side. Chi-S. H.I. Plus and Jiangxing's sneak attack just now was a success. Eagle Emperor's body was pierced through by Chi-S. H.I. Plus S palm, the back of his head had a large hole in it. He no longer had the strength to fight. Although Jiangxing usually looked like a handsome man, and was a little mischievous, his methods were extremely ruthless. The profound cold evil emperor was already smashed into pieces by Jiangxing's divine hammer, and what caused others to be terrified was that after being smashed to such a state, he was still alive and still able to move. I want their souls. Chen Xiang pulled out the divine soul of the black poison python emperor, then quickly swallowed the villainous evil emperor, and in the end, arrived at the eagle emperor that Chi-S. H.I. Plus had subdued with difficulty. Wait! Long Xue shouted as she came out of the ring. Long Xue laughed coldly at the eagle emperor. D.A.M. Ned green-haired eagle, back then I kindly lent you the azure dragon sword, and you actually went back on your words and fought against me in the end. Don't think that you can live forever just by being a dog for the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, don't even think about it. Devour his soul. Long Xue fiercely kicked Eagle Emperor. Originally, he thought that even if he died, with the help of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, he would be able to revive. However, with his soul being devoured, it was equivalent to his soul being destroyed, unable to enter H.E.L. in one go, and unable to revive. Chen Xiang smashed Eagle Emperor's head with all his might, pulling out his soul, then threw his corpse into the demon God slaying tower to be fed to the H.E.L. king. Just as Chen Xiang and the others were about to leave, the surroundings suddenly became pitch black. What an evil power! Is it the primordial evil lion? Chi-S. H.I. Plus looked at the flash. H.I. Plus-ing red lightning in the sky with a serious expression. After exterminating Eagle Emperor and the other two, a huge enchantment which sealed off the SBAC suddenly appeared, and it was accompanied by a very powerful evil aura. Chi-S.H.I. Plus and Jiangxing now had serious expressions on their faces. If they had to deal with poisonous beasts that knew how to use profound Han poison before, they would be able to smirk. After exterminating Eagle Emperor and the other two, a huge enchantment which sealed off the SPAC suddenly appeared, and it was accompanied by a very powerful evil aura. Chi-S. H.I. Plus and Jiangxing now had serious expressions on their faces. If they had to deal with poisonous beasts that knew how to use profound Han poison before, they would be able to smirk. And now that they were so nervous, it showed how powerful their enemies were. This guy has been waiting for us for a long time. However, we haven't discovered how he hid himself. Chen Xiang said in a low voice. He sensed that there were quite a few people around and had always been extremely vigilant, even during the fierce battle just now. He had released A.C. domain to guard against people coming closer. However, he still did not discover these people who had suddenly appeared. Ha ha! Hearing this sudden burst of wild laughter, Chen Xiang and the others were sure that this was the old black they had met before. As for whether or not he was the primordial demon lion, they still had to confirm. It really is this guy. Chi plus gritted his teeth as he spoke, clenching his fists tightly. His good friend Lao He had already died, but his body was still being occupied. His memories had been absorbed, and he had become someone else. Chi plus was very angry at this matter, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. He was very clear on his own strength, so even if he fought with his life on the line, he was still unable to defeat the fake old black. You guys worked well together, getting rid of those 3 idiots in one fell swoop. A black-robed man appeared, with his hands behind his back. He smiled at Chen Xiang and the others. In the darkness of the barrier, waves of blood-red lightning appeared continuously. Suddenly, a red electrical light exploded on the face of the man in black, causing him to appear even more terrifying and evil. Just who are you? Chi plus asked coldly, clenching his fists tightly. At this time, another group of people arrived. A few of them were people that Chen Xiang and the others were more familiar with. Among them were Thunder Empress, Dragon Empress, Supreme Saint Leaderess, and more than 20 sacred masters. Aren't there only 3 divine deities? Now you 4, do you have enough? Jiang Xing laughed coldly. You B.A.S.T.A.R.D. who killed Old Black, it would be best if you ran away quickly so that you don't die here. The black-gowned man laughed out loud with his head raised. I don't need divine deity, because I already have it. It's one thing for Chen Xiang to be so ignorant, but Jiang Xing, you and Chi plus shouldn't be that stupid. From the very beginning, Long Xue's expression had been terrible, and she didn't need to say anything more to make it clear. He is the son of the Emperor in Hell, the Hell Prince. You all no longer have the chance. The Thunder Emperor laughed disdainfully. Give up struggling. Chen Xiang sneered. I don't know what he'll do after I kill Hell Devil Emperor's son, but I want him to bring a few more Hell Devil troop over. I didn't eat enough last time. Don't be so arrogant, you will die a horrible death. The Dragon Emperor laughed coldly again and again. What he cared more about right now was Long Xue, because back then he had killed Long Xue. Now, when Long Xue looked at him with that hateful gaze, he did not know whether he was there or not. All of you, don't attack first. Let me fight them. I haven't fought for a long time. The Hell Prince clenched his fist. He possessed divine deity, so naturally, he did not need the divine deity in the bounty. Furthermore, his father was an evil god named Hell Devil Emperor. Hell Prince only sent his soul over, but took over Old Black's body and soul, causing Chi plus and Jiang Xing to be extremely furious. Chi plus pulled Chen Xiang back. He wanted to do it himself. At the same time, he also sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang, letting him see the opportunity to make his move. Just as the fight was about to start, a golden bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, blasting a large chunk of dirt off the ground. Everyone looked towards that direction and saw a handsome middle-aged man with a mustache, standing there with a smile on his face, his body Hi plus Ning with a golden light. The person who suddenly appeared was devil-suppressing heavenly venerable Elvision. The moment he appeared, Hell Prince's face darkened. He no longer had the confidence he had before, and it was obvious that he was wary of Elvision. How rare, fourth prince, I didn't expect you to come to the human world. Elvision laughed. With a wave of his hand, the black barrier disappeared and turned into a translucent barrier that shone with holy light. The barrier remained as stable as the S.P.A.C.U.H.E.L. Prince's expression suddenly changed. "You're still alive." Elvesian laughed. "Don't think that only your father can rule the life and death. Today we have decided." Seeing the appearance of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, Chen Xiang suddenly calmed down a lot. He was very curious. Elvesian had some past conflicts with the H.E.L. Prince, and the Elvesian who had disappeared for so many years was obviously related to the devil-killing summit. Even by Yu and by Ziqian's father, the demon emperor was the same. "Dragon Emperor, can you deal with that white dragon?" H.E.L. Prince asked. "No problem, she doesn't have any divine deity anymore. Furthermore, after her rebirth, her strength has greatly decreased compared to before." Although he looked like a short and thin old man, he was indeed strong. If not, H.E.L. Prince would not have let him follow them. "Leave Chi-S. H.I. plus to me," the Thunder Emperor said. "I will deal with the blacksmiths, the rest will deal with Chen Xiang. You guys do not have any evil demon energy, do not be afraid of him." The great sage leader looked at Jiang Xing. Long Xue's face was as cold as ice as she said coldly, "You guys are looking down on me too much. You dog of a dragon, Yan Jing, is already my subordinate, yet you still have the nerve to call me emperor." Chen Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and threw it to Chi-S. "H.I. plus. Take this with you. I think you should be able to control it now." Chi-S. H.I. plus received the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and the blade immediately brightened up and trembled, obviously because he had seen his old friend and became very excited. Clenching the divine blade tightly, Chi-S. H.I. plus released a roar. The berserk-killing intent instantly spread out, pressuring everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. Many of them were extremely familiar with Chi-S. H.I. plus. The aura just now made them feel that the powerful Ten Heavens Supreme Lord had returned. Chen Xiang took out the white dragon sword and gave it to Long Xue, but his hands were empty, and even the white tiger divine weapon did not use it. "Looks like this is going to be a tough battle." H.E.L. Prince took out a pair of pitch-black long blade and looked at Chen Xiang and the others. Chen Xiang looked at Elvesian, who smiled and shook his head. "You should keep those things. Giving up those things does not mean that I don't have a weapon." The powerful treasures of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable were all with Chen Xiang. He wanted to return them to her, but Elvesian refused. "Little scoundrel, don't you use a weapon?" Long Xue asked. Since she did not have the power that he needed to borrow her power, she was a little worried. "It's enough to use fists against these guys." Chen Xiang looked at the group of saint rulers. "Why don't we compete to see who will be the first one to end the battle?" After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he disappeared. Just as everyone reacted, they heard a miserable scream, only to see 3 saint rulers being enveloped by a pill furnace-shaped chi, instantly burning and turning into a golden pill. Seeing Chen Xiang's ruthless move, everyone was scared, but a big battle had already started. The enchantment was not too small, but for the experts fighting here, it was still too small. Seeing the cruel method of instantly refining the pellet with the man that Chen Xiang used to cover them, the holy masters reacted quickly. They dispersed first and at the same time, raised their vigilance to prevent Chen Xiang from quickly approaching them. Seeing the cruel method of instantly refining the pellet with the man that Chen Xiang used to cover them, the holy masters reacted quickly. They dispersed first and at the same time, raised their vigilance to prevent Chen Xiang from quickly approaching them. These holy saints came from the heaven realm and were not weak. If it wasn't for Chen Xiang's surprise attack a moment ago, he would not have been able to succeed in his sneak attack. Before he said those words, he had already said bye. He was only left with an image, and at that time the attention of H.E.L. Prince, Thunder Emperor and the others would all be placed on their opponents, so they did not pay too much attention to Chen Xiang, thus he succeeded. Even Long Shui did not notice, because she had also been focusing her attention, wanting to find the weakness of the Dragon Emperor. Long Shui and Dragon Emperor did not become huge sky dragons, because the barrier was too small, and it could not contain them at all. Furthermore, they could not break through, so when the time came, they would only get in the way. When he was in the primordial era, he and Chi had never fought before. At this time, he had already experienced the terrifying killing power of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, and in the depths of his heart, he already had a trace of cowardice. If he could choose a new method, he would not fight with Chi+. The Divine Cauldron could be used for defense, it could also be used for attack, and it could even cover one's body. The great saint leader did not expect that such a thing would be so troublesome. He was worried that he would be covered by the Divine Cauldron right now. They were actually facing each other with their palms held tightly together and were fighting with their strength. Although the battle around them was very intense, with bursts of ripples and sounds of thunder, it did not affect them at all. They were floating in the air, not moving an inch. The heavenly alchemy is powerful indeed, but many of the powerful techniques can only be used because of the strong God power. What I did not understand previously, as my power grew stronger, I started to understand more and more. It seems like I do not need any other techniques anymore. As long as I focus on cultivating the heavenly alchemy and the heavenly alchemy, I will be able to step onto the supreme path of alchemy. Chen Xiang used his bare hands to fight the group of Holy Spirit Masters, and now he was in a state of enlightenment. Before, he had learnt too many techniques, it was too complicated, but now that he was focusing on one technique, his understanding of the heavenly alchemy became deeper and deeper. A holy man unleashed a ball of God power that had been condensed for a long time, but the moment it came into contact with Chen Xiang's body, it was as if he had entered a pill furnace. It was instantly refined and decomposed, condensing into a type of pure and stable energy that was sucked into Chen Xiang's body. You can even use the heavenly alchemy to cultivate your soul. The spirit refinement method in the heavenly alchemy is vast and profound, and it is more powerful than any other spirit cultivation method. Chen Xiang used the heavenly alchemy to attack, mainly using refining to attack, tempering both the fire and the spirit. The two saint rulers wielded long blades and suddenly approached Chen Xiang. The other saint rulers protected the two, attacking Chen Xiang from afar with all their might. As the two powerful holy blades slashed down, Chen Xiang actually opened his arms wide, as though he wanted to slash out with his own arms. Fire refinement. Chen Xiang muttered in his heart, and a burst of light red mist appeared on his arms. When the two holy weapons came into contact with the red mist, their bodies instantly turned completely red, and all of the energy was absorbed by Chen Xiang's arms, transforming into an even stronger flame. When refining, it needs to be melted. Chen Xiang bellowed, the flames burned fiercely and the two holy knives were actually melted, and by Chen Xiang's invisible divine power, they were twisted into two balls of burning red iron. I'll return it to you. Chen Xiang used his God power to send the two red balls flying out, piercing through the two holy saints' chests and SMAs. Plusing their heads. Chen Xiang was multiple. 1. Tasking right now. While trying to comprehend the heavenly alchemy, he was also trying to use it to fight, and at the same time, he was also using it to cultivate his soul. In his divine deity there were 3 beast-like divine souls. Chen Xiang did not focus all his attention on the battle. He fought with the group of Holy Spirit Masters, and continuously thought about the difficulties of the heavenly alchemy, trying to comprehend its profoundness. Right. Chen Xiang suddenly thought back to when he had just stepped into the martial Tao and obtained the Yin and Yang God blood S, the Tai Chi diagram in his dantian. Tai Chi, after thinking about it, Chen Xiang, who was using the shrinking step to dodge back and forth, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His feet sank into the ground and divine power poured from his feet into the ground, forming a black and white spinning primal chaos diagram. When refining pills, the greatest fear is that it will be difficult to fuse multiple ingredients together. However, as long as the incompatible ones can change into yin and yang, through the combination of yin and yang, it will be much easier to fuse them. This old man cultivates the fire element, while this one cultivates water. All of you, come here. With a thought, Chen Xiang released 2 thick water vines, pulling the 2 of them into the Tai Chi array. Those who cultivated the water attribute were immobilized in the yin position, while those who cultivated the fire attribute were immobilized in the yang. The heavenly alchemy also had a yin-yang chapter. He used some of the mental cultivation methods inside it and added on to the fact that he had the yin and yang God blood S in his body. He could easily control the yin-yang energy and was able to better understand the yin-yang chapter. Begin. The Tai Chi diagram beneath Chen Xiang's feet suddenly started to spin. The 2 old men's faces were filled with shock. They also started to spin too, because they felt that they were slowly dissolving. They did not know that when the yin and yang in the Tai Chi diagram interacted, there would be a heaven and earth in there. As long as a person was powerful enough, they would be able to reject any power that came in their way. This was related to the power of SPAC, but Chen Xiang was able to grasp the laws of SPAC, so he used it very well. As the Taiji diagram started to spin, the 2 elders turned into 2 BAL S of fire and water energy and merged above Chen Xiang. If there are many different specialties involved in fusing them together, although yin and yang represent a variety of energies, it will not be easy for them to be quickly combined. Chen Xiang thought for a while, and then 2 words came out of his mind: limitless. The Tai Chi array beneath his feet suddenly grew a lot larger, but there were still many spirit grains inside the Tai Chi array. All of them were discovered by him through the philosophic stone. The Taiji diagram was already extremely profound, and with the addition of the spirit grain that appeared on it that were BRIMMING with natural Tao halos, it became even more mystical. All of you, come here. At this moment, Chen Xiang didn't even need to release the water cane to feel the strong suction force from the Tai Chi array beneath his feet. It was as if the formation was swallowing SPAC inch by inch, pulling those saint rulers that didn't want to come over. At first, Long Shui was a little worried that Chen Xiang would not be able to take care of these holy saints, so when she was fighting, she had always paid attention to Chen Xiang's situation. She did not expect that Chen Xiang would actually use such a move that she had never seen before, and one that was so powerful at that. At first, Long Shui was a little worried that Chen Xiang would not be able to take care of these holy saints, so when she was fighting, she had always paid attention to Chen Xiang's situation. She did not expect that Chen Xiang would actually use such a move that she had never seen before, and one that was so powerful at that. Especially now, this technique was producing a strange suction force that was pulling the Saint Realm experts over bit by bit, making it difficult for them to break free. Seeing that the Holy Knights were about to be annihilated, the great Saint Leader S, who were fighting with Jiang Sheng in the distance, anxiously released a ball of qi that shot towards Chen Xiang, but before it could even get close to him, it was stopped by Jiang Sheng. Your opponent is me. It's very rude for you to interfere in the battle of others. Jiang Sheng laughed and used the divine furnace to block the power of the leader. Not only did the great Saint Leader take note of the battle on Chen Xiang's side, the Thunder Emperor and the rest had always been paying attention to it as well. The holy saints that could follow them were all very outstanding. They were a part of a very strong force within their forces, and although they had surrounded and attacked Chen Xiang together, they did not feel much pressure from them because they did not expect Chen Xiang to use such a strange method, and it was extremely terrifying as well. When they saw the Taiji diagram beneath Chen Xiang's feet revolving like a whirlpool and devouring the saints around him, they became anxious. From Chen Xiang's previous actions, if they were to be sucked in, they would most likely turn into a pill. They're hopeless. Chen Xiang suddenly sensed a few waves of energy coming from afar. He sneered, and watched as the Tai Chi diagram array suddenly grew in size. Its rotation speed became even faster, and just before the energy could reach them, it enveloped the group of saint rulers. Boom! 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 After a few explosions, the attacks of the strong of Lord Stage S fell into the Tai Chi diagram, SMAs, HI plus ing into the ground. After a few explosions there were no more sound. Infinite refining. The runes inside the Tai Chi diagram array suddenly flashed brightly and floated up from the ground. They then replicated themselves and formed many of them, forming many vertical flickering spirit grain beams of light. Ah! Terrifying cries kept on appearing, and the bodies of the sacred masters started to gradually melt, becoming pure energy. After that, they surged towards Chen Xiang's head, condensed into a ball of light, then quickly shrank and turned into a pellet. Just like this, the holy masters who besieged Chen Xiang were all refined into pellets after a round of interaction with him. The others were still fighting. No one expected that Chen Xiang would be the first one to finish the battle. It was so easy, and there was even a huge gain. Even if he refined a lot of saint masters into pills, it was obvious that the quality of the pills wasn't low. Chen Xiang ended the battle, which gave the L Prince and the others quite a bit of pressure. This was because if Chen Xiang partic 1. P. aided in their battle, they would very likely be defeated and even killed. However, after Chen Xiang refined all the holy saints, he did not take the next step, but sat cross-legged on the ground and entered into a state of cultivation. At this moment, he was still trying to comprehend the heavenly alchemy. He did not want to stop himself from doing other things. There were still some incomplete emperor-level divine souls in his divine deity. If he were to completely digest them, his soul would be closer to the emperor's soul. Seeing Chen Xiang calmly cultivating, Thunder Emperor and the others almost exploded out of anger, because the pills Chen Xiang had just consumed were the holy man they brought with them. These were all their hard work and effort, yet they had turned them into pills for someone else to cultivate and raise their strength. Although Chi HI plus and the others were happy, they were not happy. It was because they were fighting so hard, yet Chen Xiang was just sitting there cultivating. Although Chen Xiang was cultivating, he was still on guard. He could immediately regain his senses if there was any movement, so he did not need to care whether this was a battlefield or not. Right now, he was using the cultivation method inside the heavenly alchemy. He had previously been using other cultivation methods for many years, but now that he had suddenly changed his cultivation method, he needed to find a method to quickly adapt, and now that he was relying on the mystical philosophic stone, he could slowly adapt to it. Long Shui used the white dragon sword and fought fiercely against the dragon emperor. Although it looked like they were evenly matched, Long Shui knew that if she continued to fight, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her. Her current strength was not weak, just that she was not as powerful as when she had divine deity. Right now, she only hoped that Chen Xiang could quickly finish his cultivation and help her. Right now, it was a good opportunity to kill Dragon Emperor. She didn't want to miss it. What can my Emperor's soul be? Shui said it has a lot to do with the cultivation technique I cultivate, as well as a firm cultivation direction in my heart. At this time, Chen Xiang had already decided to wholeheartedly focus on cultivating heavenly alchemy, and he was even more looking forward to his own Emperor's soul power. Time slowly passed, and the battles between the experts were still extremely intense without any signs of weakening. These past few hours had already passed, and during the course of the battle, both sides were injured. However, there weren't that many problems, and they could still continue fighting. Chen Xiang, who had been meditating on the heavenly alchemy, had already started to slow his cultivation. More and more of his attention was focused on the battle. The heavenly alchemy is not only used to refine pills, it can also be used to refine people and make them stronger. This is the most important part of the heavenly alchemy. There are too many methods of the heavenly alchemy, they are all encompassing. Looks like I have to go and study them often. Chen Xiang let out a light breath, and a faint black mist could be seen exhaling from his mouth. It was the impurities from the heavenly alchemy that came out when he was training. He slowly stood up and looked in the direction of Long Shui. Long Shui was currently struggling a little, because that Dragon Emperor had teamed up with other Dragon Emperors to kill Long Shui and bring her back to life, and that Dragon Emperor had even obtained a portion of a supreme dragon blood. In the past 10,000 years, he had become even more powerful, and the Long Shui after his rebirth, although he gave birth to a supreme dragon blood, was still not that Dragon Emperor's opponent. The extent of Long Shui's recovery had long since surpassed the Dragon Emperor's expectations, causing him to be even more anxious to kill Long Shui. Because, once Long Shui had enough time to grow, he would definitely surpass him in the future. I didn't expect that without divine deity, you would have such strength. Dragon Emperor frowned. Today, no matter what, I will not let you live. This time, I will completely kill you. Long Shui gnashed his teeth and said angrily, Old thing, I did not offend you in the past, although I was at that time the heavenly dragon supreme lord, and was the strongest amongst the dragon race, but I have never harmed you in any way, nor did I treat you as dogs, but you still tried to kill me like you did, taking advantage of the absence of my divine deity, to kill me together. Today, even if I had to die, I will die together with you. Long Shui gnashed his teeth and said angrily, Old thing, I did not offend you in the past, although I was at that time the heavenly dragon supreme lord, and was the strongest amongst the dragon race, but I have never harmed you in any way, nor did I treat you as dogs, but you still tried to kill me like you did, taking advantage of the absence of my divine deity, to kill me together. Today, even if I had to die, I will die together with you. I admit that at that time, you wouldn't harm our interests, and you would even seek for more benefits for us. Furthermore, you already have the divine deity, so it won't be long before you can go to the Gods realm. Dragon Emperor laughed sinisterly, his old face full of anger and hatred. His withered hand had already turned into a black dragon claw, with patches of terrifying black scales on top of it. It's all because of jealousy, which tends to make people do a lot of crazy things. Die, I am the real heavenly dragon supreme lord. The Dragon Emperor shouted sinisterly. The dragon claw suddenly grew larger. A cut appeared on his palm. From within, 10 black tentacles shot out like black light towards Long Shui. In the blink of an eye, Long Shui was tied up. This is the power of the evil dragon. You actually changed to evil. Long Shui clenched her teeth and shouted. Her hands and feet were tied up by the tentacles. The Dragon Emperor had already closed in, and the other black dragon claw had gathered together, its 5 sharp claws gathered together, like a cone, and pierced towards Long Shui's chest. In order to obtain power, I will do anything I can. As long as I can obtain divine deity, I can become a God, even by cultivating the evil way, haha. Dragon Emperor laughed sinisterly, his dragon-like sharp claws fiercely thrusting towards Long Shui. Long Shui was entangled by those black tentacles and was unable to unleash any divine powers. She was unable to even circulate her energy, so she didn't know how the Dragon Emperor cultivated its evil ways to actually possess such a terrifying power. Heavenly Refining Lock. Chen Xiang crossed his arms in front of his chest, his body ignited with bursts of blazing fire. Chen Xiang then controlled a fire chain, and threw it towards the tentacles, cutting them apart. After Long Shui was saved, he immediately went to Chen Xiang's side. You should not have exposed the great evil power you obtained from cultivating the evil way. The chain that Chen Xiang released suddenly turned gold, and on the chain links, there were dense Zhen characters. The chain had fused with the holy devil-suppressing seal. Come here. Chen Xiang controlled the chain to retract, dragging Dragon Emperor who was struggling over. Then, he pinched Dragon Emperor's throat with one hand, squeezed very hard, causing Dragon Emperor's eye to pop out, but he did not die. Long Shui heaved a sigh of relief as she stood behind Chen Xiang with a cold smile on her face. The white dragon sword in her hand quickly stabbed out a few times, piercing through Dragon Emperor's body and even into his vitals, causing the wounds on the Dragon Emperor to emit waves of intense evil energy. Chen Xiang took out the demon God's suppressing pag. And just as he was about to put the Dragon Emperor in, he heard LV Zhen's voice. This tower can't take him down, he has the Devil Emperor's evil God soul within him. After hearing LV Zhen's sound transmission, the Dragon Emperor, who was in extreme pain, shouted, Lord Demon Emperor, help me! Don't give him a chance, hurry up and think of a way to kill him. LV Zhen anxiously transmitted to Chen Xiang. Dragon Emperor's body started to crack and expand. From the cracks on his body, some terrifying black muscles started to emit. Dragon Emperor's entire body started to expand. All 7 of his orifices were emitting black mist. From his mouth came out waves after waves of Hoa. RSE growls. Jiang Sheng and Chi S. HI plus anxiously transmitted to Chen Xiang, telling him to control the Dragon Emperor quickly, otherwise the consequences would be dire. He has been possessed by the evil God's soul of the Devil Emperor. Since the Devil Emperor is in he can give him a very powerful force. If he succeeds in his evil transformation, he will become very terrifying. He has at least 10% of the power of a God, and 10% of a God's power will be able to kill thousands of us. Chen Xiang had already thought it was strange that the Prince did not act anxiously, and the rest did not express much either. It turned out that they really wanted to see the Dragon Emperor in such a state. It was beneficial for them. All of you are doomed. This is the evil God contract. It is you who allowed Royal Father's power to appear here, haha. The Prince laughed out loud. His body has already been transformed into an evil being. Even if all of you join hands to attack him, it would still be difficult to destroy his body. Chen Xiang sneered. Really? Don't be happy too early. He took out a jade box and poured a large amount of powder into Dragon Emperor's mouth. Before, Chen Xiang had refined a few that were very old. Although they were still far from the corrosive God realm, they were more than enough to corrode Dragon Emperor's body. Originally, Long Shui was nervous too, but when she saw Chen Xiang take out the God eclipse powder, she heaved a sigh of relief. Dragon Emperor, who had been screaming miserably the entire time, suddenly stopped. The moment his throat came into contact with those God eclipse powder, he started to corrode, causing chunks of black flesh to fall out. It was extremely disgusting. In just a short period of time, Dragon Emperor's body had turned into a pile of black mud. Without the Dragon Emperor's powerful dragon body, the energy channeled by the Devil Emperor would not be able to contain anything. The supreme dragon blood is actually all on him. No wonder this fellow is so terrifying. It's able to contain 10% of the Devil Emperor's strength. Long Shui reached out to grab it, only to see a translucent ribbon appearing in her hand, emitting a bit of coldness. This was the Ice Dragon's supreme dragon blood. I will return it to Ice Dragon race. Long Shui sighed, took out a specially made bead and sealed the supreme dragon blood inside. Chen Xiang activated the devouring magic kung fu, devouring the Dragon Emperor's soul and merging it with his divine deity. The evil God's soul inside the Dragon Emperor's body was also a very nutritious thing for Chen Xiang. Are you alright? Let's go help them. We have to finish this quickly. Chen Xiang caressed Long Xue's face and smiled at her. Long Xue stared blankly at Chen Xiang. The current Chen Xiang was no longer the little scoundrel in her eyes previously, but he had actually become so powerful, and she was secretly happy in her heart, because Chen Xiang was her partner. I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired, but it's okay. Let's go help them. Long Xue laughed. From now on, Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord is still me. Withdraw. Although there were many strong of Lord Stage who were loyal to the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, only the Dragon Emperor and the H.E.L. Devil Emperor had a contract with an evil God. As long as the Dragon Emperor was willing, he would be able to obtain the evil God's power, and the price would be that he would forever become the H.E.L. Devil Emperor's servant. Chen Xiang and Long Xue had already finished their battle. If they could free themselves to help Jiang Xing and Jiang Xing, even if they could win, they would have to pay a large price. Chen Xiang and Long Xue had already finished their battle. If they could free themselves to help Jiang Xing and Jiang Xing, even if they could win, they would have to pay a large price. Don't let them get away. Chen Xiang and Elvision shouted at the same time. Strengthen the spirit formation. Elvision anxiously shouted to Chi S. Hi plus and Jiang Xing. After that, his body released a burst of God power and entered the gold enchantment. Jiang Xing and Chi S. Hi plus followed suit. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, had released his spatial energy, strengthening the spatial S.P.A.C., preventing H.E.L. Prince and the others from escaping. Now that they had the upper hand, they definitely could not let him go. When the H.E.L. Prince came, he did not expect things to turn out like this, especially when Elvision suddenly appeared. She had destroyed his plan, and the strength that Chen Xiang had displayed was out of his expectations. The Dragon Emperor that he was more at ease with had also been destroyed. If this continued, they would be in great danger. They wanted to leave, but after Chen Xiang and the others strengthened the barrier, it was difficult for them to escape. Attack the H.E.L. Prince with all your strength. Chen Xiang sent a sound transmission to Long Xue. I must capture this guy. This guy has divine deity and his soul is also very strong. Long Xue nodded. She really hoped that Chen Xiang could become stronger quickly. At that time, they could head to the Heavenly Dragon Realm together, and find all the old Dragon Emperors who had attacked her that year and kill them one by one. When the H.E.L. Prince saw Chen Xiang and Long Xue rush H.I.+ing over, he secretly cursed in his heart. Waving his hand and conjuring a black storm, black evil spirits appeared from within the storm and instantly arrived beside Chen Xiang and Long Xue. These things are against me, you're underestimating me too much. Chen Xiang's body flashed with a gold light, releasing the devil-suppressing magic power, causing the evil spirits to instantly melt, turning into a burst of black qi and disappearing. Long Xue, on the other hand, used her powerful dragon G.O.D power to directly kill them. Using these methods to deal with them was indeed looking down on others. At the same time, H.E.L. Prince was fighting a fierce battle with Elvision, and he could not afford to use his strongest killing move against Chen Xiang and Long Xue. He also wanted to use his strongest strength to stop Chen Xiang and Long Xue, but he had no other choice. 10,000 dragons, heavenly lock. Long Xue shouted, her body flash. Hi+ing out a white mist, which then turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards H.E.L. Prince. On the H.E.L. Prince's body, there were a few rope-like little white dragons. Layer after layer they wrapped around H.E.L. Prince. Hell Prince was truly worthy of being the son of the Hell Devil Emperor. An expert with divine deity, was actually able to struggle and dodge Vision's attacks when entangled by Long Xue's full strength. Very quickly, the white dragons encircling the Hell Prince began to emit low cries, and many of them broke off, disappearing without a trace. Heavenly Refining Lock. The flames on Qin Xiang's body surged, and a few burning red chains of fire suddenly shot out, accurately trapping the Hell Prince. At this time, Qin Xiang used all of the strength in his body to activate the devil-suppressing magic power and infuse it into the Heavenly Refining Lock, locking the Hell Prince in place. Senior Liu. It was only now that he realized how terrifying the Hell Prince was. He and Long Xue had teamed up, but it was only a matter of time before the Hell Prince seemed to have the power to struggle free. "All right," Vision shouted, "Demon Suppressing Seal." A big seal suddenly appeared. It looked similar to the Holy Devil Suppressing Seal, but its aura was completely different, many times stronger than Qin Xiang's Holy Devil Suppressing Seal. With the help of Qin Xiang and Long Xue, Vision finally had the chance to use the Demon Sealing Seal to attack the Hell Prince. The sky-like divine seal pressed down on Hell Prince, who was shouting loudly, and the cracks on the side of the divine seal started to emit waves after waves of black chi. Vision fell from the sky and stepped on the divine seal, causing the divine seal to suddenly release a burst of golden light. The Hell Prince, who was pressed down by the seal, actually didn't die, and let out a miserable scream. "Remove the enchantment. Let's work together and kill this guy," Vision said. Chi Plus and Jiang Xing anxiously retreated, no longer fighting with the Thunder Emperor's great saint leader. At this point in time, the barrier had already been removed, and the Thunder Emperor and the great saint leader who had been trying to retreat were all depressed, wondering if they should go save the Hell Prince. However, they did not have the strength to do so. In order to protect themselves, the Thunder Emperor and the great saint leader gritted their teeth and left. Qin Xiang and the others did not care about them. To them, getting rid of the Hell Prince was more important. "Inject all of your divine power into my divine seal," Vision shouted. "The evil energy in this Hell Prince is too strong, I can't suppress it myself." Qin Xiang and the others immediately followed suit, and transferred their divine powers to the demon-suppressing seal. The demon-suppressing seal that was originally trembling a little now stabilized. The Hell Prince almost lifted the divine seal just now, but with the cooperation of Qin Xiang and the others, the Hell Prince beneath the divine seal was being purified little by little. After a moment, Vision laughed. "Qin Xiang, it's your turn now." The divine seal floated up, only seeing the weak Hell Prince on the ground gasping for breath, his face ashen green. Qin Xiang flashed in front of him, pinched his head with one hand, then activated devouring magic kung fu and soul-absorbing devil spell. "Bastard, my royal father will not let you go." He could feel that Qin Xiang's divine power had penetrated into his divine sense, locked onto his divine deity and the divine soul within, and then it was slowly extracted out. "He didn't let me go for a long time," Qin Xiang sneered, "but I have to thank him for sending you here, to increase my strength." "Ah!" Following the Hell Prince's sinister and miserable cries, Qin Xiang slowly sucked out his soul and divine deity bit by bit, absorbed them into his divine sense. Then, he circulated the heavenly alchemy's spirit refinement scripture and advanced the negative energy within the divine deity. This kid already has two fully formed divine deity. If he fused them together again, what would happen? Hi Plus said in shock. "It's not easy to fuse two divine deity together. If it were us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do it, but he can. Elvision said. His physique can hold many different types of powers. This might be related to the cultivation technique he cultivates. Qin Xiang could use the powerful devil-suppressing magic power, or he could use the murderous power that carried a dark attribute. He could combine the gods and demons, thus he could absorb all kinds of energy. After devouring the L Prince's soul and divine deity, Qin Xiang did not cultivate, but rather placed the L Prince's soul into his own divine deity, and refined it bit by bit. As for the L Prince's divine deity, he still needed to refine it inside the divine sense C and refine it until he completely refined the evil consciousness inside it before he could use the divine deity. How is it? Seeing Qin Xiang opening his eyes, Long Shui anxiously asked. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. It's hard to say now, but that guy's divine deity is extremely evil. I'm only temporarily sealing him inside my divine sense C to cleanse him a little. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. It's hard to say now, but that guy's divine deity is extremely evil. I'm only temporarily sealing him inside my divine sense C to cleanse him a little. That divine deity doesn't seem to have been condensed by him. It should have been something his father helped him gather. There's an extremely chaotic consciousness within, and even when he used it, it wasn't completely purified. Hi plus said, if we use it without refining, it will be very dangerous. My master and I were like this back then. Elvision looked around. It's not a good idea to stay here any longer, let's find somewhere else to talk. Jiang Xing took out his boat. After everyone entered, he urged the boat to quickly head towards the third region to search for the white tiger and vermilion bird. He wanted to prevent the Devil Emperor from sending out stronger people that they could not handle. Senior Liu, why did you suddenly come over? Fortunately, you arrived, otherwise we would have been in trouble. Qin Xiang said. Elvision laughed. This is a piece of news that came from the devil-killing summit, so a very powerful guy suddenly came out from the gates of Hell. I had already guessed that the Hell Prince would come here. The last time that group of Hell Devil Troop S came out of the gates of Hell, I was also shocked. However, they didn't stay in the Nine Heaven world for long before they were teleported away. Long Shui asked, Senior Liu, that devil-killing summit is so powerful, it should be used to guard the gates of Hell, right? Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord, you calling me senior really scares me off. Elvision laughed, then his face darkened and became more serious. Devil-killing summit is indeed powerful, but I am still a little weak right now. Devil Emperor is becoming more and more powerful and continue to infiltrate into Nine Heaven world. The devil-killing summit was actually established by some hostile gods of the gods realm to gather evidence in order to punish the Devil Emperor. At the same time, they were being used to restrain the door of Hell to prevent the demons inside from acting recklessly. However, during this period of time, they were already somewhat unable to control themselves. Hi plus frowned. Is he collecting evidence on Hell Devil Emperor interfering with the Nine Heaven world? That guy has done so many things, there should be a lot of evidence. Elvision sighed. I only know that it is not easy for the upper echelons of gods realm to punish them, they must have ironclad proof to do so, although Hell Devil Emperor is buying many people from the Nine Heaven world and the Endless Heaven realm, but this is not enough to prove that he directly interfered with the Nine Heaven world. Then he has already sent the Hell Devil Troop twice. Jiang Xing said. There is a door to Hell at Sacred Beast's Ancient Realms place, you all should know that. Although that door was opened because of the great battle between 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord and the other strong warriors, that is only an excuse. I think that was intentionally opened by him. When he sent out the H.E.L. Devil envoy or some demons, he could be said to be a demon escaping. It has nothing to do with him. If we want to hold him accountable, the Gods realm will have to send manpower and resources to his H.E.L. sect to help him in managing the defense, because H.E.L. is too chaotic, and it is very difficult to fill up the gap in that door. Qin Xiang said, so this H.E.L. is a mess, no one wants to clean it up. It's rare to have someone like the H.E.L. Devil Emperor managing it, and it seems to be quite well managed, so the Gods above the Gods realm would just turn a blind eye, ignore them, and silently allow the H.E.L. Devil Emperor to commit heinous acts. Elvision nodded. That's right. If the H.E.L. Devil Emperor does not manage H.E.L. will fall into chaos and will affect the entire Gods realm. As long as the H.E.L. Devil Emperor does not do too much in 9 Heaven World and does not affect the entire Gods realm, the people above will not care. The powers that the Gods that created the devil-killing summit could only have a minuscule effect. Some of the Gods above the Gods realm were worried that the devil-killing summit would be dissatisfied with them and would even suppress them frequently, which was why the road to devil-killing summit was extremely dangerous. Over the years, many good seedlings have died in the devil-killing summit. So that's how it is. No wonder so many disciples of the devil-killing summit have never gone to the devil-killing summit. It's all people who came from the devil-killing summit that are taking in disciples outside. Qin Xiang said. Yes, H.I. said, then I will also go to devil-killing summit to learn a bit of how to deal with H.E.L. Devil Emperor. Of course I will, in the future I will definitely fight in the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. If I don't have the means to deal with him, I really won't be able to. Brother Liu, can you learn the art of forging your demon-suppressing armor? Jiang Xing laughed. Elvision said, of course you can, but you better hurry up. Originally, there were many direct disciples of the Gods in the devil-killing summit who lost the ability to deal with the H.E.L. Devil Emperor, but they wanted to be pressured by the Gods and slowly decrease in power. Only the direct disciples of the Gods are able to pass on their abilities. Ches. H.I. looked at Qin Xiang and asked, Qin Xiang, do you want to take a look? Qin Xiang spread his hands. Forget it, the gates of H.E.L. is right over there. If I go to that place, H.E.L. Devil Emperor will definitely release a large number of demons and flatten that place, unless I break away from his tracing mantra. Oh right, Senior Liu, is there any way to get rid of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor's curse? Elvision pondered for a long time, then said, currently there isn't any, we can only wait for the power of the curse to weaken, and for the curse to disappear on its own. This will take a long time. The other way is to cultivate an extremely powerful spirit, maybe even cultivate an Emperor's soul. Long Xue was shocked. Even Emperor's soul can't do it. H.E.L. Devil Emperor's curse is that scary. Elvision sighed. This curse used the power of H.E.L. Devil Emperor's 300,000 years. Of course it's scary. He only used up 100,000 years of his power to bring out the H.E.L. Devil Troopus. Qin Xiang frowned. If even Emperor's soul can't do it, then you must have a divine soul realm cultivator. In the Gods realm, this kind of divine soul is relatively weak. I do not know how to address it. I only know that a divine soul that Serpa SES the divine soul of a Emperor's soul will form a soul lattice, and everyone knows that the divine soul is in your divine sense C, exactly the same as the person you are in, and that you have to condense a divine deity from the inside of your divine soul to be able to get rid of the Devil Emperor's curse. Then what about the divine deity that we normally talk about? What does that mean? Hi Plus asked. He did not understand any of this, and Jiang Xing and Long Shui were also extremely curious. Although it is also located in the divine sense C, it is closely linked to the body. For example, Chun Xiang, who is capable of merging with another person's divine deity, for the time being, he can only obtain a bit of the divine deity power. Vision explained. Generally speaking, when the physical body reaches a certain degree of strength, it will have the elementary form of divine deity, then it will be able to consolidate the divine deity, then through the divine deity it will strengthen the divine soul, and through the divine deity it will refine the divine power. The speed of the powerful divine soul is extremely shocking, and after the divine strength has increased, the physical body will also be able to continue to be strengthened by the divine strength. The two of them are closely related. You must remember this when you're cultivating. Back then, I had to take a detour in this area and was able to correct it with great difficulty. Starting tomorrow, December 31st, this book's VIP chapter is free of charge at the 17K time limit. Please read it, and I hope you will enjoy it. Friends who have been reading on other sites, I hope to be able to read this book. Support me, I am very grateful.